Test. Alrighty, guys. Good evening. Well, yeah. We got a lot to cover here tonight, guys. As it turns out, Arrowhead has released a lot of information on an upcoming content release. It's not really a DLC, because it's not really a war bond, but upcoming content release for their game on August 6th, which we're obviously going to be covering here tonight. Weirdly enough, or maybe not so weirdly enough, a lot of the things that are being added to the new content are things that we talked about on stream. Yep. Funny how that goes, huh? But at least the game is being, at the very least, the game is going to be better, so that's always good. Weirdly enough, I guess I'm getting ahead of myself, also looked at the numbers for, we reached 10k players, below 10k players in the last couple days, which is actually pretty ridiculous, and I'm not a big numbers guy. The player base will always fluctuate for a game, right? The player base will always fluctuate for a game. However, there is most definitely apparently WoW just finished updating too. Most definitely some similarities between I restored my computer. Speaking of which, yesterday as I was having a thunderstorm, I decided to hook everything up to my ops, which involves restarting basically everything technologically related in my household. So, hey, stream PCs, mainly my stream PCs. Wait about no much no. There. WoW also had a massive patch for pre-release for the expansion. By the way, regardless of what's happening in Helldivers 2, we will be playing the new expansion pack for World of Warcraft when it releases. That is basically just, unless I get a job. Unless my job status changes, we will definitely be playing the new expansion pack for World of Warcraft, which takes anywhere from 2 weeks to a month. I think last expansion pack launch, I played it for about a month, which is usually irregular, mainly because I just had a lot of fun playing it. There's a lot of features and a lot of cool stuff in the new expansion pack for Dragonflight that I really enjoyed, specifically the Dragonflight, as it turns out. I did Mythics. Basically, every World of Warcraft expansion pack, guys, we play for a little bit, level up, do the dues, see the sites, see the new areas. Yeah, maybe PvP a little bit, mainly do keys and mythics/keys, and then we're done. And that takes anywhere from a couple weeks to a month, I guess. Prior to last expansion pack, I'd say it was about maybe 1 week to two weeks. Some expansion packs have been really lackluster. Shadowlands, I'd actually say, is probably the worst expansion pack for World of Warcraft that's ever been released. That's saying a lot. It was really, really, really bad. The culmination of COVID mixed with kind of reduced, I don't know, shits given by the developers led to what Shadowlands was. Shadowlands was really, really bad. Yeah, the zones themselves, at the very least, you can tell the zones themselves were very disjointed in terms of quality, ranging from piss poor, like I forgot what the northern land was called. Basically, it's almost exactly like Burning Crusade. The quality of it was almost identical to Burning Crusade, to some weird ass fucking Dracula zone, which didn't even make sense, to kind of a Night Elf zone, which is actually pretty cool. But it was legit all over the place in terms of quality. And then like the end zone you're supposed to grind in also. Just really bad quality. It was horrible. It was absolutely terrible. It was like being thrown back like 15 years in terms of development. In some places, it was really, really bad. And then some of the mechanics, just like grinding mechanics, like Torghast, which was basically just a grind 'em tower. You go in there and play like a mini, like a mobile game. Yeah, like I don't play a MMO to play a mobile game, and that's what they tried to turn it into. Really kind of lackluster. I don't think they had any idea or sense of direction where they wanted to go with things. Everything was disjointed. Everyone just did whatever the fuck they wanted. It was really bad. Dragonflight, on the other hand, I really enjoyed. Quality was basically what I'd expect of World of Warcraft expansion pack nowadays. Obviously, while kind of, even if you say like something's good in World of Warcraft, that doesn't mean it couldn't be a lot better, because it definitely could. They just, among WoW expansion packs, it was pretty good, right? Because things can always be better, and WoW, especially Blizzard developers, are kind of stuck in their ways, and they just kind of keep the machine going, so to speak, and then you basically get whatever they shit out every once in a while. Also, good evening, Odie, as well as Grims. Good evening, Grims. Hope you guys are having a wonderful evening. My add-ons aren't working too. Yeah, we'll definitely be playing the WoW expansion pack when that releases. I'm not going to do the pre-release content. Traditionally, you can't really stream World of Warcraft as a streamer if you actually intend to do anything with your channel. It's worse than this. The only people that want to watch your channel in World of Warcraft are lifers, and they want to see other lifers. So Tali is like his moment to shine, where he gets like maybe 10x is the number of subs he has simply because there's an expansion pack launch. So it's a big deal for people that are eternally stuck in the WoW streaming category on Twitch, and I don't want to be one of those. I actually enjoy playing lots of games. I don't want to just stream. I don't just want to stream World of Warcraft for the entirety of my life. While you could probably make money doing it and be a notable streamer doing it, I don't want to fucking do that. That sounds really, really fucking boring. There is a lot of content in World of Warcraft, but just being stuck in one game, although we're playing this for a substantial amount of time, just being stuck in one game where you can't really swap is not fun, in my opinion. So, yeah. You mean Kajui? Yeah, you want to watch me get stream sniped and watch cheaters fly around in my game? And apparently they can even fly with vehicles now? Yeah? Good stuff. Yeah, PlanetSide was, we talked a little bit about PlanetSide purely from a developmental standpoint. It usually comes up from a developmental standpoint. Last couple days where we've been discussing, engine swaps for Helldivers 2 and the implications of swapping to a new engine or a different engine that's actually supported, such as the Unreal Engine, which is a very solid choice. And not because everyone's doing it, it's just really just a good piece of software. Yeah, there's a reason pretty much everyone's using it. You can use a Crytek engine if you want to be different, but at the end of the day, I think the idea behind swapping engines at this point is to get on something that's supported and very, very robust that can do what they want it to for this game. Yeah, I mean, from what I understand, there's supposed to be a PlanetSide 3 they announced like 2 years ago, and yeah, maybe we'll see that in like a decade. Either way, the game's kind of in a pretty, I don't know. I can't stream it anymore. There's no way that I can stream it. It's not because I don't like MMO FPSs, because I really do like MMO FPSs. It's rather that the game itself is full of stream snipers. I was getting the tail end of that when I quit. And by the way, that's over a decade ago when I stopped streaming PlanetSide 2. When I quit PlanetSide 2, there was a substantial amount of people that didn't think people stream sniped at the time, and that made it even more frustrating when people are like, nah, there's still people like this, by the way, nah, no one cares about your stream. It was like half the people. I remember when I put a delay on my stream, and literally, like you could tell the people that were actually stream sniping me because they flipped the fuck out about it. Absolutely flipped the fuck out about it. It was just like a 15-second delay, just enough to literally just fuck up anyone that's trying to use his live communications. Just 15-second delay, and just absolutely, just people just through the fucking tables, like in chat. Yeah. everything you can possibly imagine, which means that what I was doing was working, by the way, and I was making him look like a fool, which is also fantastic, by the way. Been there, done that. Another cool game. We talked, weirdly enough, we talked on and off about PlanetSide 2 and context of development in the last couple days, mainly because we're discussing Helldivers and similarities in the pitfalls that they kind of went into in PlanetSide 2 as well, and they fell into. One of which was hiring the wrong guy, which was Rel, instead of me. He's great at making videos, by the way. Good for him. He's great at making videos. The other part being they obviously made their own custom engine, and their development staff just basically left for it, and then they're stuck basically with this monolith that they can't do anything with. A lot of interesting, another game with a lot of potential, by the way. A lot of interesting tidbits of information you can take away from what happened to PlanetSide 2. A lot of game development, a lot of games are like that. I swear to God, guys. I swear to fucking God. Everything, I start streaming, guys, and then all of a sudden, the WoW servers just come up, and it's a shit show right now, which is absolutely hilarious, by the way. Not what we're going to play tonight, but I'm a long-term, another game, by the way, that's kind of interesting and unique from a developmental standpoint. World of Warcraft. Over the years, I played World of Warcraft for over a decade and a half, almost 2 decades at this point. Yeah, not actively. I usually play at expansion launches, which you guys are going to see, and then after that point, basically, I just chat and socialize with people. It doesn't really matter. Well, let me get my coffee, guys. We got a lot to cover tonight for Helldivers, so we're going to take a peek at that, and I'll go from there. Be back. Alright. Well, someone there is keeping the lights on at the very least, so not everyone got fired. Pretty good. Missed the days of H1Z1, another game that I can't play because it's legit all stream snipers and cheaters. Also, probably not the most fun Battle Royale you can play. If I want cheaters and I want to play Battle Royale, I'd definitely play Apex. That's also full of cheaters, so yeah. Alright. Let's get started, guys. We're going to cover, there's plenty of news to cover today for the update. Basically, this is a preview because they haven't released patch notes as far as I know. officially renamed the HD2 rebalance command to BetterDivers, which is BetterDivers Guide, which we talk about frequently, which is this right here. Ah, yes. We might add an entry for, I don't know if we'll have enough time. Might add an entry for engine. Changing engines. Okay, so what the fuck is this? Oh, all right. Well, that's a something. Okay. Well, guys, let's take a look at what's going on here with Helldivers 2 tonight. Oh my god. Escalation of Freedom. Yep, so this is going to be more of a preview. And a preview is the new blog. We need to get Charles in here? We might. Let's take a peek here. Alright. Where's Charles? We need Charles, guys.
Helldivers 2's biggest update yet. Escalation of Freedom.
Yeah, new difficulty, surprise. New mission objective, surprise. New enemies, surprise.
Welcome to the Escalation of Freedom, Helldivers. We've taken the time to gather feedback from our players on the front lines.
Yeah?
We're bringing greater variety to our content.
Ah,
From missions and objectives to enemies and planets, we're delivering lots of new
feedback,
content for both our veteran players and brand new Helldivers on the battlefield. Get ready for our biggest update yet.
I'll give you some fucking feedback, that's for sure. I'll give you some goddamn feedback. Could have fixed the game. Could have fixed this game 2 months ago, or excuse me, 3 months ago, guys. Could have maintained, 150,000 players, but I'm a brand risk, as it turns out. I'm a brand risk. So now I'm getting paid for contractual work in 10 cent SC credits. Yep. Now we're just getting paid. This must be what it's like. This must be what it's like to work in China right now. Feels bad, man. Age gated. 100 years old. That's accurate. What you got for me? Trailer. Whoa, 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 whoa. Whoa, 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 whoa. By the way, everything should be in 4K. Just because it's in 4K doesn't mean you're actually going to be watching in 4K. There's almost no excuse to have footage and not have it be in 4K when you're recording it, because it's very easy to do. Oh my god, graboids!
Since launch,
not really.
We've improved
It's
Helldivers
Pilz!
quite significantly.
I thought he was an old
together
guy.
with
I swear to God, Pilz was an old guy. He's a young lad? He's a young, strapping lad in his mid-40s? No way. Actually, I think he's like 30 or something. He looks 30. A young, strapping lad? I swear we saw photos of him and he looked like Gavin.
the community. We've released a lot of content, such as the flyers, the TCS missions, the destruction of an entire planet. This time around, we've got something special prepared for you.
It's our first step out of many, where we're gonna expand the game in big, meaningful ways.
So, we actually pointed this out when we first saw these guys, roughly a week ago, I want to say. We talked about this roughly a week ago when it popped up. It's actually one of the clips where we first saw it and talked about it when it was happening. That clip didn't trend at all because I'm not a big streamer, as it turns out. Didn't trend at all because I'm not a big streamer. But it was here. This is 4 or 5 days ago. This is a new POI. It's like a
added
grub.
this in.
I saw a grub there. What the fuck was that?
They added these in.
That's a new POI.
Never said
is
anything.
actually a POI.
Never said anything. Like no one noticed it. Never said a damn thing. A lot of stuff in this game, the guys they enable or they update without ever having to update your client. This right here was instituted 4 days ago, prior to this announcement. I noticed it immediately because I just happen to be observant and fantastic at what I do, and I love to point out, by the way, that a lot of streamers didn't notice that the tiles, the procedurally generated tiles, were being rearranged and changed in like the first month and a half. Like it didn't even cross their radar that what they were seeing was different in the procedural generation. I love pointing that out. You gotta differentiate yourself from the fodder, right? Yeah.
It's like a little grub in the ground. Oh, we were gonna have tremors. What was that? That was new.
Say hello to democracy.
Clip it. Clip it. Clip it. This is accolades. I need to do this more often. I'm a content creator. I need to make content. Clip it. Clip it. Where's the clip button? Clip that.
So this was 4 days ago. 19 views, guys. Welcome to being a small streamer. 19 views. Absolutely no one gave two shits. I posted to Twitter and my post got deboosted. For some strange reason, the URL doesn't actually connect to Twitch. Like it's like connection refused, which is hilarious because you're supposed to be able to post clips to Twitter, right? And then get people on Twitch. Yep, didn't work. 19 views. This was almost a week ago, a couple days ago, basically last Friday. Would that be last Friday? I said that after this, it basically felt like they enabled the tile that day, the day of, right? So, yeah, last Friday. And lo and behold, what we see here looks like, what is that game? There's a new game. So obviously there is Death Stranding, which is having the container with the baby on your back. But then there's the new game, which is like this schizophrenic clusterfuck of random shit in it. I don't know if you guys saw that. Like it's what is the name of the game? It's an MMO, and it was like it popped on Twitch for like maybe a week, and then some people played just simply because it's so fucking weird and random. Yeah, that was like a week ago, I want to say, ish. No, a week ago. It was a while ago, but it lasted for about a week. What's the name of the game? Random. Ashes of Creation. Looks kind of like we're gonna get defend the VIP. So defend the VIP. So someone escorts an objective to another location, and as such, you get to go to the location itself, right? Yeah. I think it's Ashes of Creation. Maybe not. No, and it's not Ashes of Creation. Once Human. Is that it? I think it's Once Human. It is a random clusterfuck of weird shit. Yeah, this is it, where you carry around like a butterfly in your backpack for some reason. I don't even know why. Either way, this is not something that is completely unheard of, but my guess is it's an escort mission, basically, is what it turns into, only to protect the guy, which is actually pretty cool. I hope this is done because that means you have to encounter enemies and deal with enemies along the way to wherever you're going, right?
We're gonna expand the game in big, meaningful ways.
Malmberg?
New game modes.
Who's Malmberg?
New objectives.
Wait,
new
whoa.
enemies.
Nicholas. Can we start blaming Nicholas for things?
In big,
Design director. Nicholas. Maybe this is who watches my streams.
meaningful ways.
I thought it was
New
Joel.
game modes. New objectives. New enemies. And even a whole new difficulty.
To give you that, we have to escalate it.
And even
Oh my god, what is that, guys? What happens when you take the walker and all of a sudden you just cover the back? Mind blown! Holy shit. What's going on here, guys? Oh no! As it turns out, they might be... I mean, they actually figured out the AI quite well with the walkers early on in the game, which we talked about. Early on, the walkers were really... They just walked up to you and tried to step on you and shit. But obviously that made them vulnerable to fire. And what they did with the walkers, they basically made it so they're like a mid-range harass unit, where they basically... You have a bunch of robots over here, and you're over here behind a rock, and instead of them walking all the way over here and try to shoot you, which then you just basically shoot their back, right? And you just run around beside them and shoot their back. They made it so they run up halfway, in which you can't get around the side to shoot them, and then they just like keep shooting at you from range, where basically you can't do anything about it because their backside's covered by line of sight more or less, and you can't do anything about it. Does it even matter anymore? Not really, because you still deal with those by taking a plasma grenade launcher, aka the plasma punisher, or you take a scorcher, or you know, you have something that can penetrate armor and makes it relatively easy to deal with. But
new enemies.
Oh my god!
And even a whole new difficulty.
To give you that, we have to escalate
Diff
it.
10.
An
That's not going to be
escalation
enough.
of freedom.
Oh, he said the thing. He said the thing, guys. Also, why is my reverse keys not working here? He said the thing. Oh my god! You can see he's reading the line.
To give you that, we have to escalate it.
Oh.
An escalation of
Oh,
freedom.
oh, the tagline. Oh. So Diff 10, as we talked about in the BetterDivers guide, right? So challenge progression is something I really hope they add to the game, which is an infinitesimally higher amount of difficulties. Diff 10 still means that everyone's going to want to play Diff 10, right? As it turns out. I got to actually, before I forget, there's an article that's discussing the major order that is something I also need to cover here, and I'm going to forget about it and basically everything else we talked about. So as we talked about before, Diff 10, what that means is a higher difficulty. But the problem with what we have right now is the fact that Reddit, like we talked about the bell curve of the game itself. The bell curve is basically where the majority of the player base resides. When the game first launched, majority of the player base is probably playing around Diff 6 and 7, and they got up till maybe 8, 7, 8-ish, and they're like, why can't I play Diff 9? Why can't I do this? Why can't I just do what everyone else did? And they went to Reddit and bitched until the difficulty got reduced, and then they were able to actually play the game. That's not what you want to see. That's definitely not what you want to see. So, like, the difficulty, despite it might be, and this might be, like, you know, this might not be a linear increase in difficulty. This might be much more difficult than Diff 9, right? It might be, like, fucking like this, but for human psyche, so, you know, like, it's like this, and the diff curve goes like, boop, like this. The majority of the player base is still like this on their bell curve, and they're so close to Diff 10, they're like, why can't I play Diff 10? If the game was better, I would be able to play Diff 10, right? Despite the fact that it's supposed to be, you know, harder and harder, and, you know, not necessarily something that's a linear increase in difficulty. People just have to look at the number, and they have to feel as though it is an increase. So Diff 10 might be much harder than Diff 9. We don't know yet, because I haven't played it yet. Who knows? But Diff 9, where it used to be very difficult, got nerfed because Reddit complained and bitched and moaned until basically, you know, Piltz heard him and he's like, I don't like when these guys are angry. I just want everyone to have fun and hold hands, guys. You know, and Joel's like, but we need to kill them, sir. And there's like, no, they must hang out together and hold hands while they're hugging and extracting. And like literally we just sat there for like the last month at Extract. Nothing happens, right? I'm just sitting there rolling around on the ground and like, like you could have like a song playing in the background, just like tulips popping up on the ground or something, you know, and it doesn't even, nothing's going on, right? Yeah, so Pill just wants everyone to have a good time, right? But at the end of the day, Reddit doesn't know what they want. Reddit just wants things that they think they want, which is they want to be good at the game, but to be good at the game, you have to get good at the game, and they don't want to get good at the game because getting good at the game takes time, effort, tears, blood, sweat, all that stuff that you don't like putting in the stuff, and then you legitimately learn that one of the reasons you enjoyed the game in the first place was the challenge, the getting good, being able to survive. Like last night, guys, when we're playing, and the difficulty momentarily was higher for probably about an hour and a half or so. I'd say the beginning of the stream, it was easier than my computer crashed, which I still haven't figured out why. I think it has something to do with my chat program. My computer crashed. Then we came back, and it was very good. It was almost maybe Meridia difficulty, which is pretty difficult and very enjoyable in my opinion. And then towards the end of the stream, like last couple days, it kind of went back to normal, right? But for a little bit there, it was really enjoyable. And it's not just me. You could see people in chat. I don't know if they're plants or not, but you could see people in chat that legit say good game after they have a really tough fight because it makes them feel good, right? At the end of the day, you have people that have an emotional response where they're like, this felt fucking fantastic. You know, like at the end of it, the cathartic feeling after you burn yourself out after doing something so hard, right? Especially if you worked, I don't know, for some people that have worked maybe in, blue collar work or something where you've worked on a project for an extended period of time and you just end up burned out at the end of it, but it's done and it's fantastic and you're just like, it's fucking fantastic. You know, one of those feelings, the catharsis at the end of it, right? We're just like, this was a fantastic run, one of those things. There's people legit saying that. It's happened all the time when we actually stumble upon much higher difficulty. It doesn't happen all the time because in the last couple months it's gotten easier and easier due to Reddit's influence over the game development, which guys, by the way, as I mentioned before, I don't pay that much attention to numbers, but it's kind of something you have to talk about, especially when, the game will lose players, and I have no doubt in my mind. I have no doubt in my mind that the game won't lose players, right? But after right over here, after the Sony controversy, and then they slowed down development, and then things kind of petered up. This was the major update they had, it's like a month and a half ago now, the major update, which we talked about. I made a video on it, and at the end of the day, the stuff that they changed really didn't even matter that much. I don't want to piss on it, but like what they tried to do, the stuff they addressed was stuff they needed to address, but they just didn't do it enough, which we talked about in the BetterDivers guide. Like the numbers just didn't make up for the fact that it was like stuff's just bad, like the precision strike. Some of the orbitals just really suck. Some of the guns just really suck, right? It didn't really make up for it, right? But there's a spike here momentarily after the massive balance patch, which you could tell people were interested in it, right? They're interested in the changes that really influence gameplay, as you can see right here. But as you can see, with making things easier, it doesn't mean people are going to enjoy it more. It just absolutely petered out. There's nothing at Diff 9 anymore for anyone. Putting aside gathering samples, and if you're gathering samples without contests, it's also not fun, right? I don't know. Like, if I could give away my samples to keep a higher difficulty, I would. I'd pay for a higher difficulty, but I can't. One of those things. So we're just stuck at Diff 9, and unfortunately the difficulty doesn't go up any further. So we've talked immensely about increasing difficulty or rotating it back, and as we've discussed, we might have reached the point, people don't like going backwards, so while it'd be nice if there's just a difficulty scale between 1 and 9, right, and then the difficulties are constantly adjusted to make things hard, Reddit doesn't want that. They want some idea that they've gotten better at the game. So you now have to have Diff 10 through 15, and it's just the way it is. It sounds cleaner if it's just Diff 1 through 9, right? But at the end of the day, you have Reddit wanting to do their own thing, and people don't like going in reverse, so you make the Diff 9 harder. Then people end up at, like Diff 7. They don't want to turn that number down. They work so hard to make that number higher, right? And in their mind, they're in their psyche, it's something they don't want to do, despite the fact that it's much harder now. There's no real... besides that number, there's no real showing of how hard the difficulty is in the game. I talk about combined kills, so the total number of kills itself at the end of the lobby, just being kind of a rule of thumb along with deaths, so the number of reinforcements you burn along the way. In Helldives now, like in the last month and a half, 2 months, how often do you see Helldives fail on bugs? They just don't, right? They just don't at all. You'll use up the hardest missions so far have been Crooks, which now doesn't seem to matter. Crooks as well as Nurseries, and we had 1,800 combined kill games on both Crooks and Nurseries, and we had one Hatchery one that was also 1,800 kills, but those are relatively rare. Hatchery is more of an outlier than anything, because in the case of the Nurseries, the Nursery games, the game mode involves spawning a shitload of bugs at the nursery itself as it's being defended, which then allows you to farm them more or less, right? But With hatchery depends on bug holes, the defenses, patrols that are spawning around you, and 1,800 kills has a lot more meaning in a hatchery game than it does in a nursery game, which was also exciting, right? Last night when we played, it seemed like the planet didn't even matter. Getting high difficulty games, we played on all different sorts of bug planets for the bit that was really difficult. It was very enjoyable, but that's not the norm. It's not something that normally happens in the game, and so you can't really depend on it. But either way, like Reddit, just because Reddit knows that they want things to be easy doesn't mean easy is going to be fun, and it isn't really. Dark Souls being an example of where you just have a game that's very difficult, but when you achieve it, you really enjoy it, right? I always compare this game, or not always, but I often compare this game to Dark Souls in terms of how you want to basically beat an extremely difficult enemy, or beat an extremely difficult, have a very difficult run, right? And it makes you feel good at the end of it. So, at the same time, combining like the idea that people don't want to go into reverse, as well as never increasing difficulties, so you have like diff 30 in the game, right? You have diff 30 in the game, and at that point, basically no one can achieve diff 30, no one's going to be able to achieve diff 25. You have the kids on Reddit who only could do diff 15, and they're still going to complain, by the way, but they aren't going to feel so close where they're like, man, I really want to do diff 16, and I'm so close, the game should just be easier, right? And you got people playing diff 21, and they realize that there's actually a chasm between them and the other people that are playing, right? You think we're going to break 1 million bugs? 1 billion? Sure we are. It'll be interesting. That's also something we're going to cover here in a sec, but that's after we get through the announcement here, right? We're not going to be happy unless we get diff 20, minimum. I hope they do diff 30. This is just a random number I picked. You could do diff 6666, right? It really doesn't matter. But the idea being that there's difficulties that are much higher and stuff that generally you won't even be able to achieve, or, it might not be something that's continually achievable, right? Where we talked about burning resources through having temporary upgrades to, like, having a super stratagem that you can get, but only get it from one mission or maybe a couple missions, right? You burn resources to do it, and you can't do it again. It's an economy of resources. You could be super samples, it could be based off metals, it could be based off... there's so many different currencies in the game. Requisition, right? It could be based off a lot of different things, and we have things like mech customizers where you could have a basic mech lab for switching out the arms and the armor on it so it's better against certain units, maybe the drivetrain to make it faster, but then it's easier to kill, like kind of like basic like Titanfall mech warrior stuff, but not like so much where it feels like a completely different game, because that allows the kids to do something and get pride in your work. You're adding something to the game. Excuse me. Pride in the game, just doing something that's a little bit outlandish and not something that is, like, it makes you feel like something you're doing actually has purpose or value, and you can have pride in your work, so to speak, and then when you're using it, it makes you feel good about what you're doing, and it's special. Even if Ben Sam comes along and then talks about how your orbitals suck dick, and you're talking about how good the railgun is, completely unrelated, how good the railgun is and how good the rail cannon is. Like last night we had a guy in chat that was like, really enjoyed the rail cannon, right? It's like, wow, the rail cannon's so fucking good. And then I put into perspective, the rail cannon actually sucks, but it's an aim assist ability. So it's an ability you trade off basically potency and uptime with having it do its thing without you, right? And it looks cool, and you can accent it by making it cooler with kind of like a small, not really AoE, but it fires like 5 small shots and kills like the chargers instead of a bile titan, and if it hits a bile titan, it glances off. We talked about that last night. There's ways to accent it, and then it should instantly kill like a bile titan, but it doesn't, right? Because it's a 5-minute cooldown. It's a long time. I can get fucking 500 kgs in 5 minutes, right? 2 minutes per cooldown, two 500 kgs per 2-minute cooldown. It's basically 500 kgs. That's a lot of damage compared to one rail cannon strike, but for some people that need it, it's an opportunity there. Either way, like, there's opportunities to use stuff, and there's a lot of people that don't put things into perspective or context when they're using it, that just think it's cool, and there's really nothing wrong with it, but when you start getting up to higher difficulties, it's going to start mattering, assuming they add higher difficulties, right? Either way, challenge progression, which is something I hope they do, and maybe this is the start of it, which it may or may not. It depends on how frequently they introduce new difficulties. Start of it, hopefully we get to the point where it's not something where Reddit can argue that they should be able to do diff 30 when they're, only able to do diff 15, right? There's enough of a gap there where you're like, hey, something has to change here, and maybe it's not the game becoming easier to allow me to get better, right? And then they go and look at streamers that are able to do the things that they can no longer do. But in the case, like last week, we had a guy in here that was literally talking about, he said that Diff 9 was almost no different than Diff 7. You don't want that. That shouldn't be a thing. But there's clearly someone there. And I'd say I'd kind of agree with him nowadays. It probably isn't. Because there's some games where I'm playing Diff 9. And I'd say it's legit like Diff 6. It's not hard at all. It's like you literally just walk around, kill some bugs, throw some cluster bombs on bug holes that open up, and that's it, right? And, you know, you could always play the bots. Don't get me wrong, by the way. People are going to say just play bots. Bots will always be harder. They literally can have an aimbot, and they just walk forward and insta-kill you. If Joel wanted it to, you could just die. That's not fun, by the way. It's one of the reasons that bots aren't fun is because when you play against them, oftentimes it just results in you getting ragdolled, aim-punched, or insta-killed out of nowhere, where they're back to the Star Wars thing. By the way, Joel loves tweaking the AI for the bots. Now they're back to the thing where they're just like, like they were doing one of these things like you're fucking in Star Wars. But the thing is, unlike Star Wars, they literally just, out of nowhere, they roll the 2% chance, and they literally just like peg you in the face and you just fall over dead. And there's not much you can do about it. You're just dead. It's just game over, man. And also, not exactly where you want to be with the bots, right? So bots will always be more difficult if they want them to be more difficult, but bugs, when they're challenging, are a lot more fun and can be just as difficult or more difficult than bots, depending on how they're programmed, right? But right now, the last couple months, they're not in a state where I'd consider them more difficult than bots, even though they're more fun. There's a reason people are playing. They probably can't quantify or tell you why they enjoy playing against bugs more than bots, besides it's just more fun, right? But if you look at it and you figure out why, the bots literally just walk in the open. They have no personality. They have no behavior for the most part. They just walk in the open and you just die. All that happens is you just die, right? And sometimes you can't just fire back either. I like the chip damage meta they had for a little bit for the bots for like a month and a half maybe or so, where the bots would literally just chip away at your health instead of just instantly killing you, and maybe they had an attack that was burst damage, right? So you could actually fight back, you could hide, take cover, you could peek out, and like they had normal mechanics. And in the last week or so, I think we're back to insta-kill, where just you have Stormtrooper aim and then they insta-kill you out of nowhere. And in my personal opinion, that's not fun. It's not. We talked about that when the game first came out, that's the way bots were. And you'd have the cannon towers too, which we talk about. Joel sitting over there, one hand in his cheese doodles over there in Sweden, just manually controlling the cannon turret, and you just get fucked from across the map. And you had no idea what was coming. You're just dead. And the sneaky little turret's just sitting over there staring at you, and it wasn't even active when you looked at it last, and now it's active and looking at you. And you're just like, what exactly is going on here, guys? I don't exactly know. Either way, this is a culmination, by the way. When I added this was due to the response that was happening on, which we've talked about. We talked about this well before I added. A lot of the entries on my BetterDivers guide is stuff we talked about on the stream, but I couldn't reference it because I didn't have the guide, because I didn't make the guide yet, right? It was just stuff I talked about on my stream, maybe in passing or a couple times in depth, but it never really had a place or an easily referenceable piece of material, which is now the BetterDivers guide. Challenge progression is another way of looking at stat-based progression. So some people in the game really, 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 really want this game to be Vermintide or Darktide, right? They really want this game to have some stat-based progression where you put in the time and then all of a sudden you just become better, and then you make the gear escalator, which is MMOs, where you just better gear, better bosses, better gear, better bosses, better gear, better bosses. It's an escalator. You just slowly go up the escalator on each step, right? It just slowly takes you up to the top. I think that not only is that boring, I don't think it has anything to do with what Helldivers actually is, which is assuming you're like maybe level 15 or 18, when you get stratagems under your belt, right? That's pretty much all that matters. You have options. Beyond that, level 15, 18, then you can just play Diff 9, and what really matters is you knowing how to play the game, knowing your character, and legitimately you can actually dive in with people that have played for months, and you aren't at an extreme disadvantage. I think that's fantastic, because not only does it allow people to leave that might be more casual, they also can come back to a game that doesn't involve a substantial amount of grind. Or in the case you have the gear escalator, what happens with the eventuality of the gear escalator putting aside stat squishes, which eventually happen when the stats get too high, what happens is then you need to add the makeup mechanics, which is people that have been gone for so long. You add easy to accomplish pieces of gear that then people have access to, which is basically like a checkpoint in terms of progression, right? MMOs all have catch-up mechanics now, so if people leave for months, they don't have to grind through every single tier to get back to the top. And it's another form of basically going up the challenge progression like timeline to keep people on it. And people really like this gimmick because it gives them reward for doing it. The dopamine and serotonin goes off when they get the new gear that makes them feel slightly better. And worst case scenario is when it's not even gearing anymore, so you don't even have stats. What happens is you have an item number, which is Destiny, where you just have bigger numbers equals better. And at that point, you're not even making your character anymore. And I don't even think it gives you dopamine or serotonin. It's not even like building a character. I don't enjoy it at all. Some people do, but I am not on board with that. Either way, there's other options though, which instead of challenge progression here, so going to the side here, not challenge progression, stat-based progression, where you get pieces of gear that slightly get better, so you can do higher level content that you couldn't do before, and you get slightly better. The other option here is challenge progression, in which you just have much higher difficulties that you can't achieve and you can't do. And you just try to better yourself, and rewards at the end of the tunnel are things like cosmetics and titles, stuff that's recognizable in games. So when you go and play with randos, they see that shiny piece of armor and they're like, fuck man, this guy has done his work. One of those things, right? People love recognition. It's the same thing with the military. People love recognition and ranks and titles and things that have value, like they give value to stuff that might not even matter, to be perfectly honest. But, you know, and if you can get things like cosmetics that you can put on your ship, gold-plated barrels, stuff like that, that's really stupid. But, you know, the idea is that you have stuff that you can show off to people that, you know, venture onto your ship or might see it and go, wow, man, that's pretty fantastic, right? Or, hey, look, this guy has a fucking gold-plated cape. You know, oh, my God, this guy's been here forever. You know, one of those things. People love that shit. They love that. And it's a way of recognizing yourself in the community and feeling as though you've accomplished something. At the same time, people recognize that your accomplishment and go, wow, I wish I had that, or I wish I could do that. It's kind of a segue here, but it's like the same idea where people want to all have the Malevolent Creek cape. Every single one of the major orders should have actually had, like the major orders, not major orders, because they're all major orders. Major orders, so Meridia, TCS, Malevolent Creek wasn't really, it was like kind of like a culmination, just stuff that happened over time. Malevolent Creek, basically stuff that actually was like kind of like a major arc in the timeline, should have had a cape for your participation. And after that, you don't get it anymore. It's just the way it is. And people, there's still people, occasionally you'll see on social media, on Reddit or Twitter, they're like, they should allow you to get the capes again. And you're like, no, don't. You can make a new one. If there's a new arc in the Malevolent Creek, you can make a newer cape or a different cape, but you don't give them the old cape that already exists, right? Because that's a recognition for your service in the time of the game itself. Yeah, like, but either way, people like the little cosmetics that go along with it. So while challenge progression might initially sound stupid because you're like, it's just really hard, right? Yeah, there's games that you actually can play where you actually get enjoyment from playing the game itself rather than from getting tiny little bonuses through stats. And a lot of people are sold nowadays on the MMO grind because a lot of people, like a lot of game companies, do it. And it's an easy way to set off the serotonin and dopamine, receptors. So, not receptors, transmitters, both. Either way, you can definitely add more challenge to the game and give people to work towards, even though it's going to get hot and sweaty and, oh my God, people are going to, complain and cry and rage quit. That's all comes with stuff where people care about it, by the way. So if you're talking about the case of lethargy where people don't care, that's probably worse than people complaining, because it means at least they care enough to complain, right? If you reach the point where people don't even care anymore about something, then they really probably don't really even enjoy it anymore. They think they enjoy it until something else comes over that maybe makes their, like the little receptors go off a little bit more, and then they play that, right? And people will always complain, no matter what, but having people actually care about what they're doing to the point at which they try is kind of important, right? And challenge progression would lead to that, right? Either way, Diff 10, very important. I really hope they add more difficulties to the game itself, but very important.
When freedom escalates, its opponents escalate.
We're bringing back a fan favorite from Helldivers 1.
So, another segue, what we're going to talk about, we're going to piece apart this entire video. Another segue that we're going to talk about, as we have mentioned in every single one of our patch note videos that are on YouTube, well, the last couple, is people, like the last one, when it first came back from Overwatch, when I took a hiatus, and that was during the first major balance patch, not the current one, which was like a month and a half ago, but rather the first one, the first major balance patch. When we talked about this, we're kind of past the point where game balance and Weapon balance does matter a lot because that allows people options, which we aren't going to get into right now, but it allows options for people to do different things in different ways and not get the fatigue from using the same thing over and over and over again, which there's still people using the Cinder Breaker, by the way. Actually, I was thinking about this the other night. What would happen if they just turned off the Incinerator Breaker for like a week and a half and say it was under maintenance or something, right? And force people to basically use other weapons. There's this weird segmentation of people that seem to think that the Incinerator Breaker is so good against bugs that nothing else compares to it. And I think they're legit, like there's people that on like social media, they're a little like, I really wish I could use something else other than Incinerator Breaker. Like they don't even know that other guns are actually remotely capable right now, to the point at which they don't even need to use Incinerator Breaker. I don't use it at all. I use the Eruptor till it got nerfed because it really should have been nerfed, and it wasn't. It really should have been nerfed on day one, in like 0-day patch, and it wasn't. Using the Eruptor till it got nerfed because it was super OP. Like there's people using Incinerator Breaker thinking it's super amazing against bugs, and it's not really. It's good, sure. Especially you have to paint with it, by the way, which means you have to code everything, get the dots rolling. And if you don't do that, the Breaker is better. You have to paint with the Incinerator Breaker. There's some people that think the Incinerator Breaker is so good that nothing compares to it. And bugs compared to bots actually have a lot of options for primaries, but people don't seem to think that's the case. I use the Plasma Grenade Launcher, and almost no one uses it because, you know, stuff gets close to you, you're going to do damage to yourself, which does occasionally happen, even more so with the desync of models, as well as the desync between ragdoll and dead models is also really annoying, because you'll see like a ragdoll model like this, and you'll shoot it like right here and it'll explode, and it doesn't look like it's hitting anything on your screen because of the desync between the ragdoll and the actual dead model, unfortunately. Which I hope they fix at some point, but that's also really annoying, which I'm pretty sure a lot of people don't even know happens. But there's a lot of options. There's a lot of fucking options. Either way, what we said in the last couple of videos, or the last 2 videos, where we covered basically the major patch notes and talked about things other than game balance, which I ended up segueing on. Things other than game balance, things that really, really matter, are stuff that they're already doing right now. You need to have new enemies, which they added the Shrikes and Gunships and Dagu we talked about, right? But you didn't interact with them on the day-to-day basis. They changed that now, where now you do interact with them in patrols, right? So the Shrikes and Gunships, despite the fact that they don't have a building on the map, might show up in patrols, which is actually really important, by the way, because that allows a new enemy and a new interaction that you otherwise wouldn't have. The Dagu obviously is kind of a special case because he's like a mini-boss, right, or a boss, and he shows up in the dropships now, so that's also another interaction you get on the day-to-day. Where initially when they launched, they didn't have that. They didn't actually show up, and you had this one unit that was basically locked and you never saw it. Gunship's obviously much more annoying to deal with than Shrikes are. But either way, you need to have new interactions and new day-to-day occurrences. This oftentimes appears in things like the gunship waves, or excuse me, the dropship waves, as well as the bug holes. It needs to show up in the bug holes too, so it's something you interact with. After Meridia, well, this is after we started talking about this, Meridia had a new enemy that showed up, which occasionally you can still see anymore, which is the little brown guys, right? You got the big heads, and then you got the little brown guys. I don't even know the names of them. The little brown guys, those guys actually have a variant of them that has the green spots on it that showed up in Meridia. When you kill them, they explode, right? So they're like the little big heads, little brown guys. But instead of like just kind of being annoying and having a decent chunk of HP, like a medium amount of HP, they explode. And if they're near you, they do a lot of damage to you. Those guys have showed up. But having units that you actually deal with on a day-to-day occurrence in your dropships and with your bug holes is actually really, really important for variety in the game and making it feel like you're doing something different and outside the ordinary instead of just the same old, right? So it's actually really, really important that they're adding new enemies, not just bosses, new enemies to the game itself. And if they have interesting interactions, especially bugs, because bugs are really fucking cool, if they have interesting interactions, that means a lot to your day-to-day occurrence with the bug holes. Bug hole logic, which we've talked about before, is something they definitely need to address, as well as the patrols, which it seems like I still understand why you only get 3 bug holes and they're only in one spot, and they're only one spot on the map. That means like you can just run away from them and it doesn't matter. It's really, really fucking weird. Dropships, on the other hand, and they're open usually for like a couple minutes, right? Dropships, on the other hand, when they come through, they just drop off an entire armada and then they're gone. And then another dropship can happen. And if you guys remember playing bots like months ago, you fucking have dropships, you run to another base, more dropships, like a guy flares immediately, you run to another base, more dropships, and the units are so tough to deal with in the first place that you can't keep up with the waves. You just have to run away and despawn them, right? And that was also really annoying and kind of toxic, I want to say, Joel. Kind of toxic. But the bugs, the bots, on the other hand, actually, like, they can reinforce really, really fast, where bugs don't. They just climb out of the holes, right? Or spawn in the holes, or spawn basically in the plumes of flame that spawn right there, right? So they climb out of it, and that allows you to basically suppress them the entire time, and none of them build up for the most part. And they can have someone else just going randomly around the map, and he never sees a bug hole at all. And then if he does, you have like primary objectives, which are now a thing, and the primary objectives happening, and the bug holes don't spawn, like, transfer to the primary objective, which they very least they should, because primary objective is much more important than a random guy in the middle of nowhere, right? I almost want to say they used to do that, and they stopped doing that. I don't know why. But they used to have that behavior where they transfer to the objective itself, and that went away. Once again, I'm not sure why it happened, but it did. Either way, kind of a segue here. Having a bunch of variety of units that you can fight against, especially new enemies that appear, is very, very important. So, yeah.
The stabby, tentacled beast, known as the Impaler.
So this is different, I think, than what he's... Oh, it is the same guy.
The Impaler.
Looks like an aardvark. A little bit like an aardvark. It looks like an aardvark, guys, or maybe an anteater. Maybe an anteater. They're kind of, I think they're closely related. No, maybe a little bit of anteater going on here. Anteater, aardvark. Maybe not a possum. What are they called? Armadillo. Got the snouts on them too. Yeah. Yeah, maybe, yeah.
When you're playing against the Terminids, you can always try and run away. The Impaler ruins that plan. They will maybe cut off your escape route, and then you will probably have to stay and fight. Or you can fight the tentacles.
The Spore Charger. This one has fog traveling around it.
Wait. Who's this? Who's this? Who can we complain about now?
It's constantly moving, so it's gonna come.
Chris Bredham, level designer. What's their Swedish name, guys?
Right.
What's his Swedish name? Is it Chris? It can't be Chris. Another Lars.
The automatons are bringing in artillery.
A big tank that shoots rockets.
If you're further away, you can see it aimed towards the skies and fire rockets in the air, so you have a barrage coming down on you.
This is the equivalent of the, not chemical spewers. What's it called? Caustic bugs? Spore spewer. No, not spore spewer. The green guys that shoot artillery out of their asshole. The bots have a version of it, which actually looks a lot like HIMARS. HIMARS?
In addition, you'll face off against heavier, more deadly brood commanders.
With a small...
So I do want to say, guys, despite the fact that brood commanders, excuse me, the big heads, I don't know why they don't call them big heads, because obviously they're big heads, right? The big heads have a shitload of HP, and if you don't pop their heads, they're actually really annoying to deal with, which we have to deal with continually with the plasma grenade launcher. They can 100% tweak them to be much more lethal than they currently are. There's some big heads that get really, really uppity when they're low on HP. They like to go into a rage mode. You don't really see them often, but when you do, they like to get really fucking annoyed. It's more like having a hunter, like an alpha hunter. So not like the passive ones, but the alpha hunters. It's almost like having an alpha hunter, but it has a shitload of HP, and it's much bigger, which makes it harder to deal with. Yeah, they can actually be really fucking annoying, which they could tweak the current AI for the current big heads and make them more lethal. The lethality from the big heads basically just comes from chopping off their head and then having to run away, right? Which occasionally they'll adjust.
The allies that it spawn will not be the ones that you used to.
Oh!
Difficulty 10 has more enemies than we've had.
Uh-oh. So, not the little brown guys anymore. Which we talked about. This is also another really... Big heads, if they choose... They don't always do this, by the way, but big heads will sometimes spawn the two smaller brown guys. And if they all do that, they actually make a shitload of meat, like right in front of you, like a meat wall that you have to deal with. And while it might not seem like it seems annoying, they take a lot of your time to actually deal with, which then makes it harder to kill off the enemies, right?
Difficulty 10 has more enemies than we've had before on lower difficulties. We've really ramped it up. It's meant to feel like a real progression from 9 to 10.
Wait, what? What did he just say? What did he just say, guys? What did he just say? What did he say here? Just let me rewind.
And from 9 to 10. Progression from 9 to... We've really ramped it up. It's meant to feel like a real progression from 9 to 10.
One could even say challenge progression. But, I mean, that's only one difficulty level, and that's still within reach of Reddit, and they're going to complain, so. One could almost say a challenge progression, but not quite.
We're also introducing a larger type of outpost, and it's going to be a real challenge to take on these massive fortresses.
Hey!
But if you manage to do so, there will be great rewards waiting for you.
Hey, something you can put on your bridge? Oh, the Predator trophies? I love Predator trophies. So, I don't think they ever added Predator to Dead by Daylight. One of the ideas I had for Predator, though, was... So, in Dead by Daylight, you can actually mori enemies, or basically survivors. And it's a gruesome way to kill off an enemy, and basically, like, kind of something cool you can kind of do. And I suggested if they ever added Predator to the game, which, you know, would be kind of lackluster, because Predator's like the superior hunter, right? And in Dead by Daylight, basically, you just get slammed by pallets, and it would be horrible. Putting that aside, the juxtaposition between what you know in film and what you'd see on your screen would be completely different. Putting that aside, I thought it would actually be really cool if you could tear out the survivor's spine and make a trophy in the center of the map with their fucking spines, which would be hilarious. In-game, guys. In-game. I shouldn't even need to say that, but I need to say that. In-game. Trophies, accolades? What? Huh. I mean, this is probably, by the way, this is too late in the development cycle for it actually to have been a... we've talked about this for a little bit, though. Is large nests and fabricators needed an update because they've basically been relatively static, despite them being a major part of the map. When you encounter, like, the cauldron, probably being one of the best examples of an already existing point of interest on the map, like a nest on the map, right? The cauldron nest is the really, really big one, and it's basically like a... not a trophy run, it's like a marathon when you run through it. At least for me, it's like a marathon when you're running it down, and actually pretty fucking cool. And they haven't really changed those up. There's the new bug nest, which is the one with the two holes that are kind of like this, a heavy nest, but it's kind of more like a medium nest in my opinion compared to the cauldron. The cauldron's huge, right? That's what she said. The heavy nest with the two holes that are kind of lopsided next to each other, and there's like 8 of them on it, or maybe 6, 7, somewhere around there. I think 7 maybe. 7 holes. That's relatively new too. However, the cauldrons and the large fabricators have been kind of static for a while, and those are actually a big deal on the map. It's something you actually encounter and have to deal with. So, amping them up, even if they aren't the primary objective, is actually really fucking cool. More so is if they actually take time to make them like mini objectives. So you go through, when we're talking about this, with the kids' playground, the jungle gym, you go through and you fucking flip the blocks, you turn the dials, right? Something hits you, you run for your life while you're trying to turn a dial. Stuff like that. Kids love that shit. And it makes things new, interactive, and enjoyable. And we talked about this, well, 18, so over a week ago. But we've talked about it periodically on stream. Actually really, really cool. And really hope they do that because it would change up the missions themselves. And lo and behold, we have this now.
Take on these massive fortresses. But if you manage to do so, there will be great rewards waiting for you. Of course, what would the galaxy be without planets?
Dagobah?
Therefore, we wanted to spook it up with a new version of the swamp environment.
Dagobah, he means. He means Dagobah. He didn't say Dagobah, but he meant Dagobah.
The acid storm weather effect now comes with a new mechanic. It reduces the armor of enemies and Helldivers alike. You'll do a lot more damage, but you'll also take more in return, which is just as horrifying as it sounds.
I was actually thinking.
Escalation of.
I was actually thinking that it would actually. I don't know why my plate controls aren't working here. I was actually thinking that probably is going to hurt Helldivers more than it hurts the enemies, mainly because there's only one of you, as it turns out. I guess 4.
And like the retrieve larva mission, where you find this backpack with little crying larva that you need to reach the extraction with.
Death Stranding.
But you also have to be careful because it's gonna be crying a lot, and you're getting swarmed by more and more terminids.
Good. So protect the president or protect the VIP, which is kind of... Whoa! Whoa. What happened here? What happened here? I'm surprised he didn't get set on fire by the shotgun and then get killed for setting someone on fire with the shotgun. That being said, what was this? What did we see in the trailer just now, guys? I guess he did run in front of him.
With the second
but,
galactic war in full swing, Super Earth is currently battling the automatons and the bugs for control of the Milky
Wait, is this
Way.
Joel? No, this is Nels. Lead narrative. I think Joel actually left, didn't he? Like, the guy that actually did the GM stuff actually left the company. If I remember right. Even though I call him Joel, which is hilarious. I think someone told me the lead actually left. Oh, they're all Joel. Yeah, maybe there's just random hearsay someone mentioned in my chat. Someone mentioned Joel actually left, but maybe not. Nels. See, Nels sounds Swedish. Nels sounds Swedish. I believe this guy's actually called Nels.
Is currently battling the automatons and the bugs for control of the Milky Way. The Automaton Legion, they are constantly building bigger and worse war machines. The Terminids' migration patterns seem to be changing. There's also been some irregular readings of the Terminid spores in the various sectors where the Terminids are spreading. We'll see where the story develops from here.
So, have we told you everything that's gonna be in the Escalation of Freedom? Of course we haven't.
We have many more surprises in store for you.
A surprise here and there that you maybe didn't expect.
On August 6th, I'm ready to dive, and I hope you are too.
Good. You're supposed to jump away from those because they're going to kill you. Well, fun on the 6th. So, does this include the war bond? They didn't mention a war bond. I think they said the new war bond was the fire war bond, right? I don't remember the name of it. So this might not actually include the war bond, and maybe the war bond's launching later. But there's no mention of the war bond here, even though the war bond was leaked, which I'm pretty sure was intentional, but leaked a week and a half ago, a week ago. I believe the war bond leaked. Well, good. I'm glad they're what?
With you, the community. We've released a lot of content. With you, the community. Quite significantly together with you, the community. We've released a lot of content.
Where was it? I should turn this into a voice.
Since launch, we've improved Helldivers quite significantly together with you, the community. We've released a lot of content, such as the flyers, the TCS missions, the destruction of an entire planet. This time around, we've got something special prepared for you.
It's our first step out of many, where we're gonna expand the game.
Many steps? I have many steps.
In big, meaningful ways.
New game modes, new objectives, new enemies, and even a whole new difficulty.
To give you that, we have to escalate it. An escalation of freedom.
Oh, he said the thing.
When freedom escalates, its opponents escalate.
We're bringing back a fan favorite from Helldivers 1. the stabby, tentacled beast known as the Impaler.
Aardvark.
When you're playing against the Terminids, you can always try and run away. The Impaler ruins that plan.
Okay. I thought at one point here, I'm pretty sure you said he took community feedback, and I gave a fuckload of community feedback. Only it wasn't a Brad risk.
We've improved Helldivers quite significantly together with you, the community. We're
Here every day, guys. Although we might not always be playing Helldivers every day. Here every day. Okay. Let's see. Enough milking that.
Our community continues to show us how strong we all are when united against the mindless automatons and the scourge of the Terminid. As we stand here, on the eve of the escalation of freedom, we reflect on the 6 months since launch. We could never have predicted how far this game would go and how many citizens would answer Super Earth's call to arms. We've watched our forces expertly handle every conflict and challenge we've thrown their way, from flying enemies to the Terminid control system, to saving the children of Super Citizen Anne's hospital. Now for this major update, it's time for us to give back something big to the community and welcome in even more players to the Helldivers universe.
So I want to be clear here, guys. I want to be clear. No one cared about saving the kids. I just want to be clear. No one cared about saving the kids. We just didn't want the tank mines. I really hope we never get the tank mines, because fuck tank mines. even though they might actually be useful. Fuck tank mines at this point. I hope that they're just a meme. They're just a meme. No more tank mines. They're literally going to give us an option between having 2 new stratagems, one of which is the tank mines just thrown in, and like helping someone's pet rock, and I hope we save the pet rock, to be perfectly honest at this point. Oh, that's fucking hilarious. Tanks need to be, mines need to be revamped, and I'm sure tank mines are going to fall into that category for multiple different reasons, which are covered on the BetterDivers guide. Mainly results to the fact that the overall effectiveness of a minefield is equivalent to like 1 Eagle airstrike. They blow up through attrition, and they kill your teammates right on top of it. And you can help deal with that by making it so you spread out the area, either making the density the same and spread out the area, making the field much bigger, or you spread out the density so it's much harder to blow up each individual mine with stratagems or things. Because normally where you throw mines down in an area that's like a choke point, that's also great for stratagems, and they're all just going to get blown up by your teammates, regardless of the fact that the effectiveness of the tank mines themselves are pretty poor. There's a lot of tactical reasons that the mines aren't actually good. The strategic reasons, mainly because it's in a spot where you want them, is also a spot where you're going to throw down all your stratagems. But that being said, that's another issue for another day.
Something that continues to amaze us is our players' insatiable desire for more bugs, more bots, more liberation, and more destruction. We thought 9 levels of helldiving difficulties would be enough, but in the escalation of freedom we're turning it up to 10.
Or escalation of Reddit.
10, that is. County Route 10. Super Helldive is our most challenging, most relentless dive difficulty level yet, and we hope that this is going to give players the intensity they're looking for on the battlefield.
If 30, guys.
And with a great challenge comes greater rewards.
Good. Good. Once again, cosmetics, titles, things that matter. Titles in the game as they currently stand, which is why I'm a cadet. Titles in the game as they currently stand don't mean anything, which is why I don't use one. They don't have an achievement or sense of purpose aligned with them. Besides, I played the game a lot, and that, in my personal opinion, isn't really an identifying something that I care about, because my level already conveys that, right? So it doesn't really mean anything. If they add cosmetics, that's going to change. Hey, look, guys, a new version of a level 10 base. Oh my God, isn't that ridiculous? We're not a level 10 heavy base. Crazy. Oh, someone's just going to run over there, throw a laser cannon on top of it, and it's just going to go from it's going to go from building to building until it's gone. Laser cannon has a lot of nuances associated with it, so it's not really like broken. If you want a base cleaner, though, it works. Yeah. Our players' insatiable desire for more bugs, bots, and liberation. Well, except for Reddit. Yeah. And Reddit gets everything nerfed.
But a new difficulty level isn't the only thing the community wanted. We've also heard your desire for mission variation, which is why we're bringing you new mission objectives and bigger enemy outposts
Talked
for
about
both
that as
bots
well.
and bugs that offer brand new super sample rewards. These outposts will be heavily fortified, and require players to coordinate and strategize in order to take them out. And if you're new to Helldivers 2, you don't have to worry about missing out on all the fun until you unlock Super Helldive. Because many of our new mission objectives will be playable on other difficulty levels.
Okay. So, Raise the Flag, for instance. I don't know why they got rid of Raise the Flag, but they replaced it basically with Nuke the Nursery, as far as I can tell. I don't know why Raise the Flag is gone now, but it is. Despite it being alright to play against or play with, it wasn't really a... Like, I didn't really hate it at all, and it was actually a nice change from just everything else you do, but it's currently not in the game for some reason. Babysitting a bug. Yep. Protect the president, as it turns out the president's a bug. Yep, more variation. Obviously, new game modes is important. We talked about one, by the way, for the efficacy of vehicles in the game, and you can make a new game mode based around essentially having a bigger map, more sparse, spread out POIs, and stuff happening in the map itself, and then more the action, the TLDRs, more the action happens around the actual, objectives. So the objectives are more in depth, they require more time, and as such, they have higher chance of you failing at them. So you go, basically the vehicle just takes you from point A to point B, instead of the current game, which is you run from point A to point E, and you have CD along the way, right? BCD along the way. So, like, one of the reasons that, like, we talked about this before, like, one of the reasons that I understand, like, they haven't said this, but why I think that the vehicles aren't in the game is because they just make things too easy. Because all you do is just go from point A to point B, and that's pretty much it. So, it really, it wouldn't really all be all that interesting, and it cut a lot of the difficulty, especially if you're speedrunning shit or, just going, I guess, depending if you're going to full clear, you still have to stop a lot, so I don't know. But I could understand why it wouldn't be in the game, because you just bypass a lot of the difficulty and or make the difficulty that exists trivial, for example. So, could make an entire game mode based around having basically vehicles in the game, right? And just bigger map, more spread out, and more of the action happens at the destination rather than in between the destinations. But good. Good. They started adding new game modes. We talked about that as well in the patch note videos. Being important for changing things up. New enemies. They got their Aardvark. It is now the Aardvark. I'm not going to call it anything else.
Escalation of Freedom is unleashing some new threats to our liberty that will take some serious strategizing from the Helldivers to take down. Backed by popular demand, the Impaler.
Never played Helldivers 1.
This big guy from the original Helldivers creates some new challenges. No longer can you run from the bugs when the Impaler is around big, imposing, and destructive. It demands to be dealt with. Also new among
That's
the
what she
Terminid
said.
ranks is the Spore Charger.
That's what he
As
said?
if the regular old Charger wasn't scary enough, the Spore Charger is shrouded in fog to obscure its location until it's right up on you, Helldiver.
I mean, they already do that. Stealth chargers are a thing. Or they just sneak up on you and ground pound you. Interesting.
Lastly, the Terminid Alpha Commander, which is a supercharged brood commander that's bigger, meaner, and doesn't hesitate to call in other bugs for backup.
Be very annoying. If you have a lot of the brown guys around, the little big heads around, they actually can be annoying while you're trying to deal with other units. But once again, you get 3 big heads, and they call in 2 brown heads, little big heads apiece, little brown guys apiece. That turns into then 6 on top of the 3 big heads, which actually is a significant amount of damage you have to deal with everything, right? They don't always do that, though. They did for a little bit, and then they stopped doing that. Just finished up installing my new Lion Leaf fans and doing cable management. Congratulations! My case has like 0 cable management in it. It's always been something I haven't cared about. Some people really like that. They really like having a clean looking computer, especially with RGB and stuff. That just kind of makes it like standoutish. I've never done that. I have a Lion Leaf case as well, by the way. I've had it for 2 decades at this point. I'm still using the same case I bought in the 90s. And the only difference I made is I cut out the 80mm fan at the top and turned it into a 120. Actually, I think it's a 140. And then in the back, I turned a 80 into a 92, which helped substantially with temperatures. But besides that, I haven't changed it at all. It's just... Actually, no, I take that back. I cut out some of the drive cages, too, because it was made for, like, back in the day in 3.5 floppies and such. So, it's still... As it turns out, guys, they tried. They tried so hard. They tried so hard to transition us to... What was it? BTX, I think it was, you know, where they put the power supply in the bottom and then, like, they flip the boards around. They tried so hard to make that work, and nope. Automatons.
Don't think we forgot about the automatons. Their ranks are growing, too, with the addition of the formidable rocket tank, as well as some other bot surprises we'll be throwing your way.
A rocket tank, which is basically the equivalent of an artillery piece if you've seen them in real life. HIMARS are actually have really large rockets. So it's not really a HIMARS, it's the other one. HIMARS, they have a different variant of this that actually has a lot more rockets. The HIMARS uses really big rockets instead. Old one called Rocket Artillery, M2, the MLRS. There we go. Like a play on the MLRS. They've been around for a while. The concept's been around for a while. Usually they're dumb rockets. They aren't the same thing as smart rockets, which, you know, go straight to the target, right? Dumb rockets generally are just artillery rockets, are just explosive rockets that are kind of stupid, and you get them in the vicinity. It's kind of like artillery shells, but not the same, because artillery shells are obviously just kinetic, right? MLRS. Oh. Where'd it go? I think it was in the video. Yeah, so more equivalent to MLRS. MLRS is like the HIMARS is basically like this, only they have 6 rockets and they're much bigger, right? Is it bad you're not looking forward to the update? You might have played too much Helldivers 2, and you should instead play something else while watching someone play Helldivers 2, like myself. And I feel as though that would help you recover from your fatigue dealing with Helldivers 2. Although I'm kind of curious why you are uninterested in a new update for the game. You're just done with Helldivers, which is possible if you get burned out. Don't burn yourself out. That's why I suggest no one grind at this game, because if you grind at it, you're going to get burned out, which a lot of people do. So, yeah. The Dagobah? It's not a swamp. It's Dagobah.
Explore the swamps,
Dagobah.
but not as you know them. With rolling fog and the untamed flora, the blackened trees obscure the light and the air itself feels haunted.
Good.
Keep your flashlight handy, as visibility is limited and
Flashlight
light
just
is
makes
key.
you blind.
The enemy could be hiding anywhere amongst the undergrowth.
Oh, if only we had Predator Vision, another entry on the BetterDivers guide. So it allows you to swap through different vision modes, just like Predator does. Which includes thermal, EMI, motion-based tracking. By the way, it's not just supposed to be an answer which you stick on it all the time. It allows you more information you otherwise don't have available to you. So you swap through the vision modes. It could be really fucking cool. Not quite the same thing. Pilt said they originally intended on having like heads-up displays for different helmets. It's not the same thing as that. The way it works is basically just changing, giving you like thermal vision. And there's ways you can make the thermal vision kind of like a double-edged sword, so it's something you don't want to sit on all the time because it doesn't give you all the information, but allows you more easily see targets or where they're moving or something, or motion-based vision, which actually just shows you stuff that's moving. There could be a lot of cool intricacies that you could do here that helps you, that allows their art team to make really cool shit without making it to the point where you can't play on it, which we've already seen, where their art team goes ham. Joel team goes ham, and they create something that basically is like kind of Unreal Earth, and as it turns out, we're fleshy meatbags that exist on Earth, and we can't see on planets that don't give us the information to see, you know, so, yeah. Good. Dagobah is pretty cool, by the way, even though it's hard on computers. Oh! Uh-oh.
Under the hood, the last addition I want to highlight about the Escalation of Freedom update is that we're making changes to mitigate the problem of grief kicking in Helldivers 2, while it's our hope that players engage with the game in good faith and sportsmanship. We do recognize that some players are using the team kicking to grief others.
So, I personally have not been a victim for it occasionally happens, but I generally have not been a victim of grief kicking. The most recent ones are basically people that kick because they want to wait to gather all the samples while you're sitting there on the pad just waiting for everyone. Like, you're just waiting there. Like, they want to go around and collect everything after the map's basically done, and that's really fucking annoying. And then if it's the host doing it, they just kick people. This happened to me like twice. I haven't really been extraction kicked in forever. There's some people that kick for... What else do we have? Like, just... there's people that just kick at the pad just be assholes, and I think that might be a lower difficulties. I haven't really experienced it at all. Or they might know who I am. That's also a possibility. They know who they're dealing with. What?
To help improve this, we have implemented a system where if a player is kicked, they will spawn into a new session as the host with all of the team's loot from their previous session. All items can now be picked up by the player before extraction. The squad doing the kicking will see a message in the chat widget that a player has been kicked, yet their loot remains unchanged.
Okay, so it just duplicates the loot. I guess that's not really... That's a very diplomatic way of solving the problem, by the way. It also could lead to issues where people duplicate loot. I wonder if it could be, yeah, exactly, just thought the same thing. It might actually lead to loot duping, which would be very unfortunate. Depending on how it works, this could definitely be used for loot duping. And hope that's not the case, because, you know, once again, cheater... We've talked about cheating a lot, guys. Not so much when I played Helldivers 2, mainly because it doesn't really matter much in this game. Cheating definitely has a monetary impact on games, even though it affects everything, even though you don't think it does. And loot duping is definitely along the lines of cheating. So, yeah.
With
Good
these
they're addressing
changes,
it, though, for
all
those
players
impacted.
have the opportunity to leave with all loot collected on mission, with no one Helldiver losing out. We're committed to making changes that will improve the player experience and encourage healthy, cooperative gameplay.
Unless they add PvP, which I've suggested, and not like Destiny PvP, like FPS RTS hybrid PvP, or something along the lines of Left 4 Dead 2 PvP. That could be a lot of fun, couldn't it? It'd definitely be a major milestone in the game development. And there's ways they could limit the toxicity involved with it, too, if they wanted to. I think that would actually be pretty phenomenal. It's tough to keep games alive that are basically single player unless it's basically a grinder PvE game, like an MMO game, right? And there's a lot of things they could do. PvP games, on the other hand, they're constantly changing because they have to deal with, people, right? And people try to change what they're doing to best, meta, right? They try to change what they're doing to best do what they're trying to do. They're a large language model, guys, that learns.
Along with this, we're also releasing other quality of life upgrades with Escalation of Freedom, including major fixes to the social menu to make diving with your friends easier.
We talked about that
Overall,
last week.
we think this escalation is going to be packed full of awesome additions, long-awaited improvements, and a ton of surprises to discover. Helldivers 2, Escalation of Freedom is launching on August 6th.
Well, since they have their lead programmer over here dealing with all the feature changes for the list, I can only imagine it's going to get better from here, guys. But, I'm getting paid in 10-cent SC increments. That being said, yeah, it actually sounds pretty good. A lot of the changes on here are stuff we've discussed on stream and stuff that are on the BetterDivers guide. Some of the stuff, obviously I didn't play the first game. So like their Aardvark, I've never experienced Aardvark. Could be pretty cool. I'm all for them adding new mini-bosses to the game itself they have to deal with. Charger is something you have to deal with. Biotine is something you have to deal with. Dagu is something you have to deal with, right? Hulks to a less... no, Hulks are something you have to deal with. I'm all for that because it changes and spruces things up, even if it's not like a hardcore boss fight, like you'll go into Molten Core and dealing with Ragnaros or something. It doesn't need to be. And they could potentially do boss fights eventually, but as it stands right now, stuff like this definitely changes up what happens. This guy totally explodes and kills you, by the way. I'm gonna throw this out here right now and say this guy totally explodes and can kill you if he's near you when he dies. But he looks like he has a normal snoot from the Charger Chan, so it could be you just boop the snoot and he's dead, which I guess is something you can do, so. Yeah. Good. But anyways, this is looking pretty good, guys. They're back on track and their vacation. So they must have been like hammering on this through June and then July, right? Where they didn't really do anything in July because they're on their Swedish vacation. So hammering on it's on August 6th. There's no mention of the leaked war bond, which means it might be a week later, or they might be. I don't think they're going to do it on launch because it's not mentioned here. It might be a week later, or actually, I'd probably just say it's probably going to be a week later to keep the things rolling. I can't stress enough. Like I said before, maybe I have to actually reorganize this in terms of importance. In terms of importance, the updates in terms of importance here, or the suggestions in terms of importance, because something like Twitch drops, it does help me. I'm not going to admit there isn't a bias there because it does exist, but it greatly enhances their marketing and gets people to look at something they might have thought is dead or they haven't really considered in a while, especially if it starts trending on Twitch. It's win-win-win for everyone involved. It's win for the developers, it's win for marketing, it's win for the streamers that are playing it, even if it only really helps the big streamers that are sitting there and everyone sits in their channel or whatever. It helps everyone involved. Twitch drops or whatever you insert XYZ platform are actually really important because it actually, like, it's marketing material. And I don't think boots, well, the suggestion I have for Twitch drops, by the way, is boots. And not boots with stats on them, just boots. You just different pair of boots, different kinds of boots. It's not really super far-fetched. I'm not talking about like a pair of Nikes or anything. It's just boots. But something that's different is defining, or capes, but at the same time is cool stuff. Cosmetics, once again, start meaning a lot when there isn't just like a straight stat. Also going into our, we talked about here for burning resources with a crafting system, a light crafting system, which would then allow you to use other pieces of armor that otherwise are not seen in the game. Because, well, assuming you're within light, medium, heavy types of armor, it allows you to strip off stats off the armor. You can make a new kit for new armor, and then you can put the new kit armor on the new piece of armor, and there's an upkeep cost associated with it. I think it's actually a really cool idea. Pilt said originally he wanted to match the armor itself, but I'm personally been using the same two pieces of armor since this game launched, because one has extra padding on it, and the other has damage resistance on it for explosives. There's no other light armor that has it, and as such I have two options. And I mean, if there was a shitload of new pieces of armor in the game, maybe it wouldn't matter, but for the most part, they haven't really the cosmetic drip for new stuff in the game kind of slowed down. We've talked about this for the last couple weeks now at this point. It seems like they really don't even have any new items on their shop, so you can't really buy anything, you can't really spend your credits. What are you going to do? And I have, once again, two pieces of armor I can pick from. And if you could strip off the armor, I could then put it on other pieces of armor. There's some really cool looking light armor. I can't use it, though, because it has shit stats on it. It's not something I want, right? So, World of Warcraft, as we talked about before, World of Warcraft is in the same boat. They didn't add transmog, which is the ability to change the appearance of items. They didn't add transmog until the end of Wrath of the Lich King. And it was against, at the great, not admiration, the dev team was very against it when they added it, despite a lot of people asking for it. And the reason for that is because they wanted to show off the new armor. People wanted to have status symbols and, things that people could see, right? So you'd know that that guy actually has the new piece of armor, the new tier that's now available to you, and you could actually see it in the wild. But as it turned out, a lot of people really didn't care that much. They just wanted to have the option of wearing that tier 2 gear they got, right? The tier 2 legendary set of armor, for instance, for the paladin or whatever, right? They wanted to have the throwback armor, and it allowed basically a lot more variety of different things in the game that otherwise weren't there because you can't see it. There's a boatload of different armors in the game, but you can't use them or you don't see them because they have different stats on them that a lot of people might find undesirable or just stuff that's not cool. I don't know why you can't change your stats on your gear, but you can't. And once again, I understand that maybe you want to have things from a cosmetic standpoint that match the armor, right? Like extra grenades have extra pockets for the grenades, and it makes sense. But the other side of the spectrum is you have people that want to change how they look so they're more definable, so that one guy can wear his blue pre-order armor around and I guess look that way for his entire life. He wants to do that, right? And these are kind of on the opposite end of the spectrum right here. Well, you could add new stuff to the game, right? They can add new armors and things to the game. Once again, I'm still stuck using the same two pieces of armor, and there's a lot of cool armor. I'd love to change my armor, but I can't. It's just what I have to work with. So I don't know. Like it is kind of like I understand the spectrum they're coming from, but I want to say that not putting aside the fact that it would actually be really fucking cool to be able to use different pieces of armor. It's understandable where they're coming from, but I think it would add a lot to the game itself. But they didn't do it. And you could also make it to use up your resources. Once again, having resource burns so people aren't looking at their samples and their metals and their requisition that they can't use. And you could even make an upkeep tab where, for instance, you change out the piece of armor and there's a cost associated with being able to outfit her in casual wear. There's all different ways you could word it to make it have a grind or some sort of burn associated with it. So like it's not only a status symbol and something you can do randomly, but also is something that you spend time on, right? Yeah, I mean, we just talked about the predator vision mode. I don't completely agree with that. Like, it locks it behind a helmet itself. Like, I wouldn't mind having HUD elements, which is originally what Peltz talked about. By the way, he didn't say, from what I remember reading, he wasn't talking about vision modes, which is what I'm suggesting. And obviously, night vision is one of them too, which Reddit talks about on occasion. But thermal, EMI, motion-based vision, right? But the helmets, when they suggested them, was talking about like different elements for, like, let's say a medic or someone that has maybe a scout, right? That gives you more information at further distances on things that is available. Not completely what I'm talking about, but I also get where you're coming from on that. And I hope they add predator vision at some point, because I think it'd be really cool when they're talking about new biomes and new different things. Like this, their VFX Joel can then go ham and make things completely not something you can normally fight in. But if you have predator vision modes, it doesn't. You swap through them, and you can figure out where the enemies are, and you can actually fight back. The problem is when things get too out of line, and then all of a sudden you're fighting enemies that can see you beyond where you can see them. And oh, and be what Tutu, the planet called Tutu, which was early on in the game, in which it was orange, black, and gray, and the contrast was so low. You couldn't see the enemies, and it was like nighttime all the time. You couldn't see the enemies, and then there's fog on top of it. Only the enemies could see you, and all you fucking see when you're fighting the bots was lasers firing at you. It was horrible to fight on. It was absolutely horrible. I refused to fight on that planet. It was terrible. Absolutely terrible. But if they had vision modes, predator vision modes, different kinds of ways of parsing the information and looking through things, you'd be able to do that, right? And it wouldn't be an issue. Working within the confines of what people are capable of seeing does not always work. Like this right here does not always work, because it limits how far you can go with weird different things. You could oscillate between basically not being able to see anything because it's so fucking bright, like a nuclear explosion bright, to basically almost pitch black nighttime, and on a planet that rotates through these cycles every like 5 minutes or so. And obviously it'd be nauseatingly horrible for most people. Like, you could do some really weird shit, but if you have vision modes that allow you to parse the information and deal with it in a better way, it gives the illusion that you're actually on a planet that is very different than Earth, because it's true, but at the same time allows you to still accomplish what you set out to without having to turn on your esports settings and make everything look like Minecraft. I still have not turned down the volumetric, or turned up the volumetric fog, by the way, because that was where the flashbang lights were from, if you guys are curious about that. Still have not turned that back up. But yeah. Yeah, you're kind of, so like I said before, Pilz, when he talked about the helmet modes, he was talking about adding HUD elements to it, and that's not really what I'm suggesting. But similar. You're basically talking about what I'm suggesting here. Yeah, I mean, that's exactly what I said right here, is 100% they could add it through ship modules, so at the end of the day, it's something you can grind out and you have access. Basically, this turns into a basic feature of the game. It's not something that's linked to a piece of armor or helmet. It's just something that's available once you grind it out. It's something that's available that adds quality of life change to how you play the game. And it represents not only a resource grind, but something else you could actually add to your ship that then makes you feel like you're doing something different. One of the problems with the most recent patch where they added stuff was it's just a lot of it was power creep. A lot of it's power creep. 5% this, 10% that. Some things were cool in it, but most of it was just power creep, and power creep is not sustainable. You get 5% to your cooldowns, as we talked about before. You get 5% reduction to your stratagem cooldowns. That doesn't seem like a lot, right? They do that once every 2 months. In a year from now, you have 30% cooldown to your stratagems. That's substantial, and that means that not only do they have to add bloat to new stratagems to make sure that they're behind a wall and not getting used all the time, They have to have bloat to new stratagems. They didn't have to deal with the fact that new players coming to the game are going to feel very lackluster till we're once again back to the gear escalator, right? They have to come back, and now they're going to have to grind shit out, and then they're going to add catch-up mechanics to the game. And then they have to add catch-up mechanics to the game to keep people, like, on top of it, when in fact, oftentimes, as the player base has talked about, they aren't me. They aren't playing this game like... I don't think most people can play this game like an MMO like I've been doing. That's fucking weird. But they come in and play on the weekend, right? As you can see with the Steam DB numbers, it's like a 20% increase on the weekends for the most part, right? And the Friday, Sunday rolls around, and then it drops off again. Although we're dropping further and further. Just saying, Pilst, if you hired me months ago, I could have hammered out all the stratagems already. We could have hammered through the stratagems. We could have been on the primary gun balance. Would have things, like, absolutely would have been done. Sipping martinis, playing pocket pool with your mom, because she's a great lady, by the way. She makes great chocolate chip cookies, but, we would have been done with this shit. But instead, here we are, If only things were done sooner. But, like, the weird thing is, we talked about this before, guys. A lot of the things dealing with balance, like this takes... Predator Vision mode would take a decent chunk of programming, right? This isn't something you can just implement. But a lot of the stuff that I suggest for, like, balancing is legit stuff that wouldn't take long at all. Like, someone could do this in an afternoon, if that. If you're talking about, like, literally just values, variables, like, for, like, cooldowns and items, they just change that in a line of code. That's it, and it's done. And then maybe you do like a quick test on it. You do like a test run to make sure everything's working properly. Test it out against some difficult enemies to make sure it's not too OP. You do like a test build, and you go through the rules, right? And you could even make it... I really liked... I don't know if this was cheaters doing this, but early on in the game, they pushed basically beta builds live. And I don't mean beta builds live as in buggy builds, although that was true too. But I rather mean that... you had access, people were given access to stuff before it released, and they basically gathered information off of people when they're playing with it. It's entirely possible to implement the whole mechanic of prototyping and beta testing into the game itself, and give people the option of a special mission that they can then go on that allows them access to a beta build of the game itself. Or not a beta build, but rather adjusted variables in the game itself, and then you can gather feedback from their brief playthrough of the game itself and tell them like they're playing with experimental weapons or stuff like that, right? They're playing with experimental variant of the precision strike that has slightly tweaked model. If you want to throw your narrator, if you want to throw RP narrator in there too, you want to throw actual Joel in there where he actually writes narrative for a prototype of weapon, you can do that too, right? But I like actually where they're testing it kind of with players and getting feedback from the players in the game itself. And you don't even need to be there like asking them short questions. You could just have a easy 5-question survey that they fill out at the end, right? And with radial buttons. And I think it would actually work out pretty well. But people know that stuff is changing and things are being differentiated along the way. There's a lot of cool stuff you can do with that. And I've talked about this for a long time prior to playing Helldivers 2, by the way. Overwatch did that briefly, where they had an experimental modes built into the game. They stopped doing that because I don't think they really even care about player feedback. But it also allows you to not only... you could even throw the player feedback in the trash can if you want. That doesn't really matter. But rather you get an idea of how people perform with the stuff that you might be testing in-house, and you're not getting the same feedback from people in-house, right? Arguably, I've played on a lot of really weird variants of bugs and bots that range from easy mode to... hey, look, and was it 2 days ago? Hey, look, I'm playing against bots, and literally step out from cover and get sniped in the face and fall over. And not hyperbole, literally just walked out from cover and a Hulk insta-killed me with his blaster from long range. And, that's... arguably, that's already kind of prototyping, right? But we've had that happen, and I'm not completely against it. It also makes people feel special, that they're doing something unique and cool that no one else gets to do. And maybe they'll make a Reddit post about it, talking about how awesome it was, and talking about how great the Commando is, and clap their hands, and ask Arrowhead really not to nerf the Commando, because it's such a great weapon. Commando needs to be buffed, by the way. Commando should never get nerfed. It's so good, guys. Please don't nerf it. The Commando sucks. It's sometimes it can perform a little bit better than EAT in terms of shots per minute, which we've talked about, but oftentimes doesn't have the damage to keep up with the EAT, and you'll lead to a scenario, for instance, most basic level, a charger takes 1 EAT to the face, a normal charger, to die. Commando, it takes 2. And that halves the shots per minute efficiency. That's pretty bad. But, it can still blow up fabricators, so I guess there's that. But, yeah, like, it gives people, like, opportunity to feel different and unique, and that what they're doing matters. And even if you take the BetterDivers guide, roll it up, and throw it in the trash can or shred it across the world, shred it across the world, it makes people feel like that what they're doing actually matters, or something's changing in the game that they're affecting, even if it's kind of the illusion of change, right? But at the very least, you get feedback and player stats, so you can figure out how well they're doing with it and what's actually happening with it. Like I said before, I think it would actually be kind of curious if they just put the Incinerator Breaker into maintenance for like a week and a half, or maybe 2 weeks, where people have to play with a different gun, because as it turns out, the bugs really aren't. You don't need an Incinerator Breaker, but there's a lot of people that they are their own worst enemy. We talked about MMR here, guys, with the possibility of MMR, which I think would be a double-edged sword. I don't know if it'd fix things, but it'd definitely make things different, right? So people can't play higher difficulties than they can perform in. But we talked about basically trying to stop people from being their own worst enemy by trying to do things that they are clearly incapable of doing, right? Yeah. And in the case of the Incinerator Breaker, there's so many people, because I think there's some streamer somewhere that put it on a tier list, or maybe a big streamer was through here and he talked about how great the Incinerator Breaker was. There's so many people using it still, even though there are a lot of options you can use outside of it, that it really kind of shows you that, like, it's like a headless beast at this point, where you have like the remnants of when the game had 400,000 players that now just can't make decisions for their own. And I'm down here with 20 viewers, 20 viewer Andy down here still streaming the directory, but people don't watch me. People are like allergic to small streamers, as it turns out. If you don't like have 100 viewers, people don't like you. So, just gonna throw that out there. But like, it's kind of weird how there's like so many people still using Incinerator Breaker. Is Incinerator Breaker good? Sure it is. You have to paint with it, by the way, as we keep talking about. You have to get the dot rolling on multiple enemies, and if you don't do that, it's worse than a breaker. But there's so many people using it, and they use it like the breaker, that they're just... And then they go to the Reddit, and they talk about how they're still using the same weapon, and how it sucks so much, and they want difference, and like, there's like a bunch of things you can use against bugs right now, and they just choose not to do it, so... I don't know. And what happens if you just turn off the Incinerator Breaker for 2 weeks, just to see what... And put it in... It's being touched up by maintenance, Maybe give it a little lightning bolt on it or something, I don't fucking know. just to force people to use different items in the game, because you can use a lot of different things against bugs. They just don't. Yeah, I mean, you guys see how well I do, and I'm using plasma grenade launcher. Those little fucks get up next to me, and like I clearly can hit myself putting aside desync between the model and the dead body. It's actually, by the way, it's actually kind of incredible that you're using the Dominator against bugs if you're doing that. I did for a bit, prior to it getting buffed, by the way, when the Slugger was big. And I'd use the machine pistols for all the smalls, and I'd tap with the machine pistol, which basically helps with ammo efficiency. I don't think I'd ever want to do that again, but you could do that, mainly because the Dominator is very good in this niche in the center, which is the medium-sized units, so... the little big heads, the brown guys, and then the big heads, caustic bugs, as well as ticks. The spitters it's good with all the medium-sized units, and that's actually pretty good. But other than that, then you have to use the machine pistol on all the small units too. Good? Takeaway here, guys. Takeaway is, I wonder where they got influence from, guys. I wonder where they got influence from. No idea. He was like one step away from saying challenge progression, by the way. He said progression? Improve progression, or difficult progression. That aside, also, what was this? This, going back to what OD said last night, by the way, I didn't notice this because I don't read the major orders anymore because I just don't fucking care. But apparently, listed in the major order was that the bugs can become more aggressive. As we saw last night, they are actually becoming more aggressive. It was only for a short stint when I was streaming, about 2 hours or so, in which the bugs became more aggressive. And at the beginning of my stream, they weren't, and then I crashed, and then they were relatively good to fight against, and then at the end there they kind of tapered off towards the end of the stream. But apparently they're trying to ready the community for more difficult bugs, which once again I think we're to the point now where things have to go up even though I'm all for diff 1 to 9 being the, limitations here, we're to the point where people don't want to go in reverse, so you can't really make diff 9 more difficult. You just have to make diff 30. As it turns out, even how silly that sounds, because people want to go up. They want to pretend that they're always getting better no matter what, so you have to make a diff 30 now instead of reducing the difficulty of diff 9. Even though I was very much on board with just making diff 9 the hardest difficulty and always improving it and always making it more difficult, now we're kind of the point where we discuss this, kind of the point where you have to diff 10, diff 20, so the kids on Reddit don't go, oh my god, I can't play diff 9 anymore. Oh, this game should be a lot easier than it currently is. I don't know why. I don't know why diff 9's so hard. It doesn't make sense. Why do the chargers take so much damage to die? Why is this a thing, right? And you're just like... The same shit, by the way. It's two sides, the same coin. It's doing the same thing. It's just doing it a different way. One of which gives the behavioral, dopamine and serotonin, which is you're getting better because your number is going up, right? Even though it's... From a programming standpoint, I'd say it's actually just better. It's just diff 9 always, but, some people won't like that. I'd say it's probably better. Like, we talked a bit about the EFT aspect of the game, right? The same sort of people that probably are playing EFT are playing this game. They mentioned we haven't really gone to the entry on guns yet. On primary, that's definitely going to be an entry in the BetterDivers guide, because that's going to be a longer one, talking about primaries as well as armor pieces. We haven't really gotten to that point yet, mainly because I've been putting it off. Another one, like we talked about Logi's. Logi's very, very fucking cool. But I put that off for like 2 weeks or 3 weeks or something like that. You could potentially do that, and it'd actually make things, I'd say, pretty cool. The same sort of people that are probably playing EFT are the same sort of people that are probably interested in this game. It's not PvP in the same way, but it's sort of the gun military aficionados, so people that like kind of like military porn, more or less, in the purest aspect. Like military tech is cool, right? We just talked about the MLS, right? The MLRS here, and comparing it to this is from the 70s, by the way. Comparing it to the new artillery piece from the Bugs, right? People actually really like that. They think it's really cool. So when they talked about changing fire modes, changing attachments, I mentioned before that. Well, this is kind of getting ahead of myself again because it's going to be on the BetterDivers guide. Talking about scopes and how they're kind of super stingy with magnification in the game, despite the fact you're using rifles. Not really. You can go buy. You can get scopes today with magnification you can change. That's not really super uncommon, right? Despite the fact that it really helps. There's a lot of people that like. So I mentioned a weak mech customizer. You can make the same thing for attachments. You don't need to make it super in depth. You don't need to go to EFT lengths where you have the gun, the stock, the barrel, the slider. Like the forebarrel and the underbarrel and the mounts on the mounts on the mounts, and you can put like 3 scopes on your gun or 5 scopes on your gun or some stupid shit like that. But I think it would actually probably be fitting in the game where you can modify it, and it gives a lot of autonomy and makes people feel as though what they're doing matters and what they're changing actually matters in the game. So probably in the future that could be somewhere to go. That being said, the guns themselves, the primaries, need to be addressed prior to that happening because the primaries right now are in a really shit spot, mainly because it's kind of all the same. If you guys didn't know, we've talked about the stat stick. We've definitely talked about this more. Or we talked about this before on stream, but I wanted to make a BetterDivers guide before I delve into it again. But yeah, I think it could be, and I think it would probably help the game. But primaries need to be looked at and retooled prior to that happening, which is something we're going to get into. We're not going to do that tonight, by the way, because this was an extended podcast, mainly addressing the upcoming changes, by the way, which are really cool. As we mentioned, guys, before, there's no mention in here of the Warbond, which was leaked. Quote-unquote leaked. They did the Apple leak. Uh-oh, it just happened to show up in the store. Wow, that's weird. One of those things, which, marketing is marketing. They have to do that, and they should do that, by the way. No mention of the Warbond here, but my guess is, well, actually, there's no mention here of the Warbond. There's someone asking specifically about that. No mention of the Warbond here, guys. So my guess is we're going to see it maybe a week after this, is probably how they want to split it up. And once again, I really, really think that Twitch drops would help with what they're doing. And they can do a pilot run too, which they kind of did when the game first came out, but everything was a shit show anyway, so I don't think you could actually pull any data from that. But I do think having Twitch drops would help the game a lot. I think Helldivers 2, everyone wins in that case. kids tune in that don't watch Twitch streams and sit there and idle and make fun of streamers or whatever, and they get their cloaks, they get their capes, they get their, you know, you can even add belts to the game. There's a lot you could do with cosmetics. Belts are one of these things where you can wear them and they don't really disrupt the current piece of armor, although I think some armor pieces have belts already, so maybe that's kind of, you know, adjustments would have to be made, but there's all sorts of weird shit you can do in the game. Feel if they make Helldivers 3, a lot of things you're mentioning could be built into the game from the beginning. Oh, we need to add an entry for engine porting. I'm going to forget about that if I don't add something here. Sure. I don't think... So they mentioned this game's a live service, so I don't think it's really... They don't intend on just giving up on it. Yeah, a live service game is generally something that is long-term. It's something that you just keep improving on and you keep making better. So, well, something I've suggested, a lot of what I'm suggesting here might be something that's different enough where you'd find a different game. In a live service, your game turns into other games throughout its history. Overwatch changed. Overwatch 2 wasn't really a new version of Overwatch. Overwatch has changed immensely over the years. League of Legends is kind of the same. League of Legends is another example of a long-term service. Fortnite has changed immensely over the years that it's been out, even though it's the same game, right? Rainbow Six Siege has also changed immensely over the years. There's a lot, like I put milestones in here, usually in front of features that require a significant amount of time, and they would drastically change how the game is presented and how people deal with the game itself, or things that might otherwise be found in Helldivers 3. If they're planning on doing a live game and they don't want to give up on this, Helldivers 3 is, like, never going to happen, or it might be 6 years out from now. That's, you know... These games as a service are long-term projects. They aren't things that just you're over with. If they want to do like a game and then they just do deals, you know, like a couple war bonds or something, then they're done with it after 2 years. That's not really a game as a service, in my opinion. That's kind of just doing what everyone else does already. So, my take on it was they were planning on doing a game as a service, and that was originally what they announced and what it seems like they're doing. So we're gonna probably go along with the idea that this is going to change a lot over the coming years, and you have to look at it from a long-term outlook, right? Things that are actually going to be big changes, but wouldn't be something like changing an engine, for instance, isn't something that I would ever suggest if this was going to be like a 1 year or 2 year game, right? But if this is going to be something where they're planning on supporting this game for the next 6 years, do they want to be on the same engine, having the same problems a year from now, 4 years from now? Not really, right? And this is going to be an in-depth topic which we talked about already a couple days ago. And it's not something that's easy, and I'm not saying that it's easy, but it's something you have to consider when you're doing something that's long-term, right? Like a lot of these ideas, some of this stuff in here is actually... Well, some of these are small things like balancing. Some of these turn into major features or milestones, or drastically alter kind of how the game's played in a way that actually makes it kind of really cool, right? But sure, yeah. And you could say, by the way, oh, all this stuff is common sense. Everyone thought of it forever. You know, it's all everyone's thought of everything on here. By the way, it's always found on Reddit. Everything ever on here is on Reddit, no matter what. It's all on Reddit. You're not special at all. I guarantee you there's a lot of shit here that's not found on Reddit, or they watched my stream over the last 5 months and have found it. And if you're talking about the really weird, quirky, in-depth shit, like PvP or something like that, not PvP itself, because the idea of PvP is very generic, but the implementation of PvP, for instance, with an RTS FPS hybrid, or a time kind of, what would be called, like a time trial. Not really time trial, but like trying to stop Helldivers from succeeding while not being, you know, like super competitive in the fact that you can't do that much against them. Yeah, like Left 4 Dead 2. I think they'd switch engines and they'd come up with a new game title. I mean, they could just call it Helldivers. I mean, that's eventually what it circles back to, right? Is just Helldivers. But I mean, what they're doing right now is like every time they release something, Escalation of Freedom is basically a rebrand of it. This is kind of like announcing a war bond, but not really. But it is kind of at the same time, because the war bonds all have names, right? For kind of like arcs. But not really, because it's also not really changing it. I don't actually know how their title syntax is working here, but you know, it's an arc, right? I guess a good way of thinking of it is an arc. They have to differentiate the game somehow that they're changing things, right? So this right now, like the subtext here, the subtitle. I don't even know what you call this, like the sub. Announcement as a way of differentiating yourself. A lot of game companies do that with new DLCs they're releasing. Build new versions of the same game and make a crap ton of money. Not many games have access to a money printer where they legit can just barely change anything and like rack in money. Also, they mentioned before they don't really want to do that, but you know, sure. Okay. As we mentioned before, so bug difficulty has increased. We saw the grubs. Saw the grubs a couple days ago, and I made a clip on it right there. You can see them right there, so they're already in the game. A while ago. Stuff. Covered all the do's. Apparently the difficulty might get higher for Diff 9, which I've been looking forward to, so things are going to be more difficult again like they used to be, which is kind of a weird thing to say, but here we are. TLDR, guys, for the video, and the announcement here is a lot of stuff we've talked about on stream, and they're addressing in the game itself. New game modes, new tiles that already exist, mainly heavy tiles, which we talked about in BetterDivers Guide. Higher difficulties, which are very important. New enemies, which are also very important to spruce things up, because fighting the same bugs and bots coming out of the same bug holes and dropships gets old. It gets fatiguing. A very important part of the game, and I think in general they've done a pretty good job with the enemies, although now 6 months in is something that is kind of long in the tooth, right? So, very important that they dress that up and spruce it up. Hopefully a lot of interesting behaviors and patterns. The personality makes bugs interesting. Now, bots aren't really all that interesting, but maybe, you know, that's something they're going to have to take a look at some point there, is just how boring bots are. And figuring out ways of doing that without just insta-killing people out of nowhere. But otherwise, pretty much everything in here is good. Almost everything they talked about is good. It probably should have been done a while ago, but here we are. New large outposts, new large fabricators or large nests, very important. We talked about before, all these things are very cool. Biomes are constantly changing, which is good. The Dagobah biome, which was added over a month ago, I think Meridia was added basically around the time of Meridia, maybe 2 months ago. Very cool and very different from everything else that's already in the game, and also very good. I don't know, I have never really heard a lot, like, I know there's people getting griefed on occasion, and it's occasionally happened to me. I don't think it's regular, but it could happen at lower difficulties, and I just don't know. So, I don't play at lower difficulties. But yeah, otherwise, pretty good stuff, guys. Interested, we'll definitely be covering the patch when it comes out. As I mentioned before, as long as it doesn't come out during the World of Warcraft launch, in which case I'm going to be occupied for the next 2 weeks to a month. August 26th. Well, there's my start time, so. That's a month from now. And I will be playing like that as I have for every single World of Warcraft expansion pack, guys, when it's launched. So, as a lot of streamers do, and then they play it for a couple days and they quit. So, I expect almost no one to watch and no one really to be interested, but that's okay. Either way, this looks good, guys. Really hope we see more of this, and there's a lot of things on here for to be worked on. A lot of things on here to be worked on. Okay. All right, guys. I'm gonna wash my coffee cup out and grab a soda, and we're also gonna play some Gamaz here in a little bit. after we make a highlight video out of this. Be right back, guys. All right. Way more information about the update than I thought we'd be getting. Yeah. Pretty good, guys. Oh my god. Not just that, today there's also the pre-release patch for World of Warcraft 2. Ah, good stuff. Okay. We're going to turn this into a video, which shouldn't take long. And we're going to play. By the way, this also means that we basically have, like, what, roughly 3 weeks here? Weeks. Got 2 weeks here to kill, so maybe I should actually play some Riftbreaker. We'll see how things are going to go tonight, though, guys. As always, I got to be a content creator here at some point.
Let's see. WoW streaming category on Twitch, and I don't want to be one of those. I actually enjoy playing lots of games with things, everything. Definitely be playing the new expansion pack in, for there. WoW also had a massive patch for pre-release for the expansion. By the way, regardless of what's happening, I think last cool stuff in the new RVP a little bit, mainly due, I'd say, is about maybe 1 week to two weeks. Some expansion packs have been really lackluster. Shadowlands, I'd actually say, is probably the worst expansion pack for World of Warcraft that's ever been released. That's saying a lot. It was really, really, really bad. The culmination of COVID mixed with kind of reduced, I don't know, we're very disjointed in terms of quality, ranging from piss poor to some weird, then like the end is really, really bad, and then some of the mechanics just like grind them, and that's what they try to turn it into. Enjoyed. Quality was, they just, you know, among WoW expansion packs, you basically get whatever they shit out every once in a while. If you actually intend to do anything with your channel, it's worse than this. Maybe 10x is the number of subs he has simply because there's an expansion pack launch. There is a lot of content in World of Warcraft. We talked a little bit about PlanSide purely from a it is behind guesses because people that didn't think people stream sniped at the time, and that made it even more frustrating when people are like, nah, there's still people like this, by the way, nah, no one cares about your stream. It was like half the people. I remember when I put a delay on my stream, PlanSide 2, we're discussing hiring the wrong guy, which was Rel instead of me. He's great at making videos, by the way. Good for him. He's great at making videos. The other part being they obviously like made their own custom engine, and their development staff just interesting. Everything like just I start streaming, guys, and then all of a sudden like the WoW servers just come up, and it's a shit show right now, which is absolutely hilarious. Swear to God, guys. World of Warcraft over the years, I played World of Warcraft for point. All right. There we go. I do enjoy talking about other things, though. Got to cut out the World of Warcraft bit. Lights on at the very least, so not everyone got fired. Pretty good. Play Battle Royale, I'd definitely play Apex. For the update, basically this is a preview because they haven't released patch 2 times. There we go. Well, guys, let's take a look at what's going on here with here.
Variety to our content. From mission.
Yeah. Test build. This is the idea of PvP. I expect almost no one to watch and no one really to be interested, but that's okay. Either way, this looks good, guys. Really hope we see more of this, and there's a lot of things on here for to be worked on. A lot of things on here to be worked on. Oh, coffee cup out. All right, guys. I'm gonna wash my coffee cup out and grab a soda, and we're also gonna play some Gamaz here in a little bit after we make a highlight video out of this. Be right back, guys. There's almost no excuse to have. What's going on? Oh, that's a something. Okay. Well, guys, let's take a look at what's going on here with BetterDivers 2 tonight. Oh my god. Escalation of Freedom. Yep, so this is going to be more of a preview.
that's a something. Okay. Well, guys. Oh, all right. Well, that's a something. Okay. Well, guys, let's have to find that starting point, guys. Had a bunch of segues at the beginning of the stream where we were talking about World of Warcraft, other games, PlanetSide 2, and need to figure out where that was. Let's see. Helldivers 2, Escalation of Freedom, Preview. Escalation Freedom, new diff, new enemies, new things. Alright, Helldivers 2. Pretty big update, though, as far as what they're doing and what sounds like what they're doing, which is good. What do you even call this? Like, it's not really a DLC. A content update? Any expansion? That matter. This is new PO. Technically POIs, but they aren't POIs. POIs are usually referred to as the small things. Large bases. It definitely is a big it's a content update, yeah. That's what I regard it as. Not really a DLC, because it's not a DLC. The war bonds are technically DLCs, but I'd consider this like a DLC because it's actually a significant content update, right? I guess it's just the name Escalation of Freedom. New large bases, new enemy type. He's already did that. Separating. Unfortunately, no honorable mention of the BetterDivers guide. Bad man. Gave them my homework. unfortunate. I do. Done and done. Wait for that to process and then ship it off. Oh, this is where I should actually get my soda, and I already did that. I have to wait for it to process. Usually on Twitch is this very fast. Already done. Export. Yeah. Like almost instant. Okay. YouTube. Now we check it on YouTube's side. Bunch of shit, by the way. We haven't watched 2 videos in like fucking forever. There's a bunch of stuff to catch up on. There's Intel controversy, which is only getting worse, by the way. They're issuing the 3rd firmware update for the 13 and 14,000 series CPUs to help prevent degradation, which now they're admitting is overvoltage, which is from having overclocked too far. Surprise. Oh, what's going on here? Did it even work? Well. I spoke too soon? One second, guys. Oh, fuck me. Where do I unlink my YouTube account now? God, what the fuck happened? Account settings. Security and privacy. Actions, YouTube. Okay, I gotta do this again apparently. Export. Okay. There we go. Apparently I was logged into the wrong account. Okay. All right. There we go. Now we gotta add tags, timestamps, June. July 24, actually 23, 2024. Highlights. Eggs. Normally this is a lot faster than this, guys. For some reason my account unlinked itself, which usually isn't a good thing. I don't know if tags help. Used to be tags were a big thing. Now it doesn't feel like they're a big thing anymore. Yep. All right. Save, done, done, and done. We're good to go. Publish it, even though it's gonna be shit quality for the first couple hours, it's fine. Alright. Alright guys, sorry about making you wait. That's it to do. Time sensitive to do. One second. Looks good, guys. All right. Do you guys actually want to play games? Oh my God, games! I love games. I know. Oh jeez. Oh jeez, mister. Although, as per now, we have a timeline for when the next content update's coming out. We could potentially actually take a break and play some Rift Breaker here. Actually makes me wonder what I've been doing this. I mean, arguably, this entire July has been kind of like, you know, what am I doing anyway sort of ordeal, right? Okay. Probably actually should have been, because I was doing basically a podcast of Helldivers 2, I probably should have actually been in the Helldivers 2 category. It wasn't the entire time. The entire 2 hour and a half was about Helldivers 2, so. Oh, well. Oh, I am on Kick, I'm in the Helldivers category. Oh my God, wow. Okay. Well, let's see where the bugs are at tonight, guys. Shall we? We shall. Let's see. We just played bugs basically all last night, guys. Had some good games, had some shit games. We've had some good games on the Piss Planet, which is why we're here right now. A lot of the games were on Crooks.
Allied destroyer coordinates received. Initiating. Allied destroyer has joined squadron. Orbit synchronized.
Yep.
Helldivers to Hellpods.
You would. You would. We're getting the pods in 15 seconds. And you think you have enough time to play a stratagem hero game? What are you? Yeah, I bet you think you can get a high score in the 5 seconds we have left, huh? Yeah? You think you can do this? I don't think you can. Yeah? He's trying to speed her up to it. Let's see. Scatter. Free Quasar. I mean, I love having multiple Quasars, so, you know. Not exactly sure why we have a free Quasar, but I'll take it. Now I have all this space for extra stratagems. I don't know what to do with myself. Gatling Barrage. At least I think there's a Quasar. We should check real quick. Quasar. Gatling Barrage used to be what I'd take with autocannon. I really hope they change the autocannon so it's better against bugs and then nerf it against bots. I think a pretty good buff is obviously making it better. Oh. Fire Blaster, oh my god. Back when we took the autocannon. If the autocannon actually did more consistent damage against the Bile Titan, and like let's say popped popped the arm panels on the Charger, like the old railgun, like in 3 shots, with like a good angle, that'd probably be actually a pretty good in-between for the autocannon buff on the bugs. And then make it so, like, it doesn't need to kill Bile Titans, but rather it needs to do consistent damage against Bile Titans. It's so long since I typed this in. There we go.
Requesting orbital. Requesting air.
Buster Bomb every 22 seconds, guys. Not even remotely close.
Reinforcing.
No. Got him. Fucking got me.
Reinforcing.
Motherfucker.
Requesting
Pixels? No. I mean, I don't think I've watched it. Oop. Hey, bud.
joining the fray. Calling down
Shit.
a support weapon. Sending in an eagle.
Head over here. I don't think I've ever watched Pixels. I'm generally not like a huge movie person. I know this sounds kind of weird. I watch a bunch of TV series, but that's because there's more time to actually evolve character, plot, story, make you actually care about what's going on in the series, develop it, have occasional filler. That's actually, movies in general are very difficult to do well. Oh, just question mark. Yep, there it is. Don't do it.
Calling in a hell bomb.
Hey, bud.
Prosperity.
Feels like my shots have like a delay to them for some reason.
Heavy. South. 50 meters.
Wanna go in the water? Huh?
Hell bomb armed. Clear area.
And one tap. Okay.
Tagging map.
Alright.
Southeast.
Maybe I had time to dive from that?
Calling in reinforcing air support.
Okay. Back.
Reporting to the front.
Terminate hive structure destroyed.
There we go. I don't think I popped this pooper.
Sample
I
collect.
think they got rid of the tech for popping poopers. No, I did pop it. Here, there, someone else did. Alright. Let's leave. House of the Dragon? Nope, I generally wait till... Unless it's something that gets spoiled very easily, I will be watching it, don't get me wrong. Unless it gets spoiled relatively easily, which House of the Dragon arguably is kind of in that boat. Game of Thrones I watch per episode. I wait till the end of the season so I can watch it all at once. I'm currently watching The Acolyte! Because I said I was going to watch it, even though it's a shit show. And I watched it, and it is basically a shit show. But I had to watch it. I've watched all the new Star Wars shows, and they get progressively worse with every season. Every season and every series, so.
Objective critical
Rear
strategy.
sample acquired.
Objective
Dude, you fucked up my shot.
no longer available.
Leave now. Go west. There. House of the Dragon, though, first season was pretty decent. It's not nearly as good as Game of Thrones. People perpetuate it that way, but, you know. Game of Thrones was good until they ran out of content, and then you realize kind of how shit it was.
Sending in an eagle.
Basically, at the end of Season 7 and Season 8 was horrible. It's like the writers didn't even watch the show that they basically wrote. It's just kind of hilarious. I legit ranted about Season 8 of Game of Thrones on stream for 4 hours. There's a 4-hour rant on YouTube of me talking about Game of Thrones and how terrible it was. After watching, I think it was the second episode. I think it was the second or third episode.
Mag's empty. Sending in an eagle.
I actually tweeted at HBO and said they should cancel the series and release it as like a special and redo the series like on episode 3. It's actually on Twitter. Not even joking.
Calling down a sentry. Bug tunnel breach.
That, you can't play defense. That's not your job. What was that? Did we just see the fucking hunter trying to play defense? Yeah. I don't remember the... There we go.
Eat this! Reinforcing.
That's late, but, you know. See some of the outliers? There's a lot of fuck. What the fuck's going on here? What are you doing? Stop that! What are you doing? Who's gunning? I want to talk to him. I want to talk to your manager, Karen. What is going on here? It was like doing a spiral. There's no scatter right now.
Mag's empty.
Who's gunning?
Like the taste of freedom.
Me, sir. How many assholes do we have on the ship? Yo.
Dropping a pin.
I missed.
200 meters.
Ah, that's a Spaceball reference, by the way. He was bug blocking me. Oh, you're very punny. And they lost a bunch of samples down the hole. Yes. Teammates are catching up with us. We have to leave again.
Support weapon. Cancel that. Sample collection. Units is empty. Rare sample acquired. Support weapon.
Good. Good. Let's see. Let's go this way. But how's the Dragon? I'm looking forward to it. There isn't a lot of, like, I talk shit all the time about, I'm allergic to agenda. That goes both directions, by the way. Sometimes you see me rant about, like, left-leaning stuff. Right does it, too. They're both sides. Like, when you get far enough away from the center, it just gets fucking horrible. That being said, House of the Dragon is probably one of the better shows out today, if you're looking for something modern, so. I'd also recommend, if you're into sci-fi, also recommend, Strange New Worlds, Star Trek. It is more of like TNG and less agenda. Although there's some episodes in there, it's pretty good. Let's not say pretty good. I'm lowering my expectations. It's pretty decent. There we go. House of the Dragon, I'm looking forward to. Finish the boys. Boys got off the rails in the last half of the season. They're really trying desperately hard to offend the right, and I guess doing a good job. Much easier writing. What? Where the fuck do you come from? Much easier writing when you just take real life and put it through a filter and then paste it in an episode, right? Goes for really anything.
Rare sample acquired.
But as it goes, you can say the same thing about, like, you know, Star Trek in general has always been more left-leaning in terms of bias, but usually it's kind of like a take-home moral, right? You know, just something that kind of happens at the end of the series. There's the Bad Dragon. at the end of the series where they wrap it up, you know, and you have your reading Rainbow moment where it's like, you know, kids, maybe it's not a good idea to install a military dictatorship, you know. The more you know, one of those things. Discovery is... it's funny when they have to put a token white guy in the series because they got rid of all of them, which is the second command. If you guys are curious, they did in the last season of Discovery. They basically got rid of all the white guys. That's funny. Funny stuff. But Strange New Worlds, I still think is pretty decent. Go north. The hunters look like they're doing weird shit. I'd even say there's like a fourth hunter now. They don't. I don't even know what to call it. Like scouts? Where the fuck do you what? Just like one hunter. And he acts really weird. I'm getting my muscle memory back. That's for you. What is going on with... Okay, bro. Just charge around the corner? I think he did. A lot of hunters here.
Have a taste of democracy. Requesting air.
Lots of smalls.
Administering freedom. How'd you like to taste of freedom?
Very juicy. Okay, go over here.
Rare sample acquired. Throwing grenade. Reloading.
Well, we just got one. What the fuck? I think I just got DP'd. So the one in front hit me at the same time the one in the back hit me. Because he turned around really fast. If they adjust the bugs, guys, there's going to be a little bit of a learning curve to figure things out here, so... There's going to be death. And it looks like, I'd say the bug behavior has been adjusted today.
Joining the fray. Calling in reinforcements.
Alright. It looks like the hunters are weird, where their behavior in general has been altered. I'm trying to figure out what exactly that means right now. Look at that guy. So now, not only is he jumping around, he's also backpedaling and jumping around. Which I don't think I've ever seen them backpedal before.
Tagging map. South. 100 meters.
Guys.
Sending in an eagle.
Let's see. Hunters are still something you have to get rid of right away. Guys. No? Oh.
Requesting orbital strike.
Yeah. Good and good. Ow.
That's called democracy.
Dead.
Going down a
Go to PY. I would say this doesn't seem super difficult right now, but it also seems like the behavior for the bugs right now is currently different than it normally has been, so something's going on here. guys. Ah, the underground cache. Bug report. Bug report.
New mag.
Love it. Yep, this is how you know it's hidden. Ah, good stuff. Happy Tuesday, ones, by the way, guys. Hope you guys are a wonderful evening so far. Good. Dude, if they ever add, like, that's definitely an upgrade path for some of the bugs right there. I hope they add graboids at some point. Like, some sort of worm variant. Like, they have the... what do they call it? The aardvark? There is the aardvark, but if you actually see, like, a fucking worm that comes... It doesn't even... By the way, maybe they're even planning it? It doesn't need to be something you kill. As weird as that sounds, it could just be an environmental hazard. It's so big, it's something you legit can't kill. It's something you have to work around. That would be fantastic. Good evening, Rune. Imagine that, instead of something you actually kill, like, it just comes out of the ground and then, like, just slithers through an area, and if you're in the area, you just die. So it's kind of an environmental hazard more so than, like, something maybe potentially in the future you could possibly kill it with some sort of, you know, gigantic fucking cannon. Although that might be considered power creep. I don't think it would. You could make progression in general without it being power creep, right? Power creep implies that you have to grind shit, rather as opposed to just stuff that develops with the ever-changing bug threats, right? So if a graboid or a gigantic fucking dune worm appears, right, they eventually come up with some sort of weapon that can kill it, right? Whether or not that's something you can use somewhere else? Jesus Christ. Now, that is Biletine right there, by the way. It definitely feels as though they've changed the barrage. We don't have scatter right now. The barrage seems to be doing some sort of spiral. Yeah, a bunker buster or something that burrows into it. You know, like you could have like a weird ass drill fucking thing. You can see it like fucking starting. There's all sorts of graphic shit you can make, but that would be fantastic. Just out of like, you know how you have the 500 kg guys, right? There's also, because it is a mature rated game, there's all sorts of cool shit you can kind of do with that. Very rude. A miss. Alright. Okay. Well, I guess... Ah, alright. So, you could make a 500 kg that it's like a drill bomb and just lands on them and it just like sits there for like a half a second and just fucking starts drilling into the thing. I mean, that's like straight, that's like a straight take from some horror movies right there, to be perfectly honest. Like, what's the one with the balls that float through the air and like burrowed into your body? I don't remember the name of it. That's a horror movie. I don't think it's like Hellmaker. Yeah.
Point me to the enemy.
Excuse you guys. I know Joel buffed you. We're gonna have to work together to kill you. So, just hang on. Just 1 second. There we go. Muscle memory coming back. Looks like the barrage is doing some sort of weird spiral shit now. Like, look at that. It's not just outliers. It looks like if the radius is actually larger, it's doing like some sort of spiral animation, I would say. Yeah. So the radius on the barrage is different now. I'm very certain we did not have scatter at the beginning of this, by the way.
Tagging map, south, 200 meters. Requesting air support.
Happy dances? Oh my god, he's so happy! Oh, he's dead now.
Tagging map, south, 100 meters. Dropping a pin, east, 100 meters. Throwing grenade!
Hey, bud.
Reinforcing!
Fuck's my stam. Excuse me. Excuse me. Excuse me. Unfortunately, I've been talking too much, guys, and now my teammates are over here. I've been talking and dying. See if legit across the entire map. Oh, we gotta go over there now. But yeah, if you've seen something like dropping like a bomb on you, only it's like a spiral, like a drill, and just starts drilling into the giant sandworm. And you can make that so fucking graphic too. Ah, exactly like the recruitment literature. But I don't consider stuff like that. I don't even consider progression. It's more like war progression because it's not doesn't really require. It's not like power creep. It doesn't really require people to have like played and ground the game out, right? But it's a progression in terms of the game itself because the game is progressing, right? The enemies are getting stronger. They're doing different things. Helldivers need to adapt and do different things, and you know, it wouldn't really be that outlandish or something that represents power creep either. It's just something you can't do up until they release basically something to do it for you, which is essentially what happens in real war in real life. Is if there's a certain way that they're dealing with stuff, like if you've paid attention to the war in Ukraine, for instance, how they're dealing with threats. Like originally it started out as being like anti-missile systems, or not anti-missile systems, but rather like tanks were being defeated by
100 meters.
what they call them, basically like javelins. But as it turned out, the javelins ran out, and now they've switched to drone warfare. And well, the cope cages originally started out as being ineffective against javelins, are now kind of an effective deterrent to deal with drones. Way of getting them to prematurely detonate.
Sending in an eagle.
Attack underway.
Rare sample acquired.
Oh. Yeah.
Package acquired.
Explosive.
Dropping package.
Explosive. Either way, like, warfare can change without actually turning into like a grinding mechanic in the game, which is what I feel as though power creep and stat progression represents, or stat progress represents, is power creep, and something you have to grind out or change.
Tagging map. Southeast. Far. Calling in orbital. Calling down a support weapon.
Yeah, I hate that box too, bro. That's a headshot. Okay. Let's just do one of these right here. Right about there.
Delivering payload.
No! What do you mean? What do you mean? What do you mean, Charger? They definitely can go around corners.
Get some! Get some!
They follow me. Oh, they finished the objective. That was right on my face, and I didn't die.
Rare sample acquired.
You may proceed to extraction when ready.
Orbital inbound.
So, Barrage, you aren't safe using it up close because it spirals now. Or it looks somewhat like, see how it's, you can tell it's like the radius is bigger. That is way out there. My teammate just killed me again? Let's see, do right about there. That looks good. I'll land on a high spot. Like that, got one. And my teammate just... The third time's the charm, guys. That's the third time that guy's legit killed me, by the way. The other two times didn't actually kill me, which is just completely RNG luck. And the third time he finally killed me. Once again, was he trying? Was he trying to kill me? Like, cluster bombs don't do shit against Bile Titans.
Far. Ready to liberate.
Bruh. Someone left their samples on the west side. Good job. Good job guilting him, Orange. Good job guilting him. Yeah, guilt him on his samples over there. They also still need to change the... Oh, we should add that to the smalls list.
Requesting advanced weaponry.
They have to change the pointer so either it's see-through, opaque, like you can see through it, it's translucent, or make it like hollow in the center so you can actually see shit underneath it. Can't do right now. By the way, guys, the 3 stratagems that should have a license to use in the game: the 380, the cluster bomb, and then Incinerator Breaker. And every time you TK, you lose a point off your license, and then eventually just gets taken away, and you can't use them anymore until the points come back. In the case of Incinerator Breaker, it's not killing someone, it's making them use a syringe, use a stamina sample.
Dropping a pin. South. 100 meters. Enemy patrol. Northeast.
Yep. 380s are oftentimes so... like, not only are they not thrown like 380s, they're thrown like 120s, oftentimes even they're thrown like a barrage. Like right in the middle of your team. And that's fucking insane. That guy legit killed me 3 times with cluster bombs, by the way, though. The airburst? Airburst is... yeah, airburst also does it, but airburst isn't nearly as common. And generally, it's, like, usually only lethal with scatter, because people can sort of make it out. I haven't seen nearly as many TKs with the airburst, putting aside when someone takes it with scatter, because that will 100% fuck you.
Dropping a pin. Southeast. Far.
Wait, what the fuck? Where's the basement? Ew? Or is this, did it render wrong? Some of our fucking, some of our shells might be underground right now. I think that's a bug. I don't think that's intentional. Bug report. Yeah, some of the shells might actually be underground. Right here. Yeah, I'm pretty sure they're underground. Bug report, Joel. Procedural generation bug report. Pretty sure this is not supposed to be there. Yeah. There's normally 2 extra shells, too. And it looks like 3 are underground.
Marking location.
Oh, yeah?
Reinforcing.
Nope. Well, there's that. Bug report.
Request approved. Deploying reinforcements.
Each artillery basically has 2 extra shells on it, so we're missing 1 to even fire it, or just start it, which means 3 of them are underground right there.
Calling in orbital strike.
That's unfortunate. Airburst, I haven't had nearly as many problems with as other 3 I've mentioned, though. It can... we talk about when scatter's up, guys, the most lethal stratagem that fucks you with scatter is the airburst. Because airburst, if it's thrown wrong, will kill your teammates or you. But scatter does that for you. And Joel loves trolling by making it have a higher probability of landing on your face. So it will more than likely kill you. Or your teammate. Because Joel loves that shit.
Requesting air support.
You have to wait till Joel comes back from his sensitivity training courses from Reddit. And he can actually start making good stuff again. Which is apparently starting to happen, so that's good, right? Reddit didn't completely win. One actually went over and grabbed the samples on the west side of the map. M2's looking. I don't think he understands that the samples, or not the samples, the shells basically spawn underground. Like, no way to find them, they just aren't there. I mean, you could if you're cheating.
Requesting air support.
Attack underway.
Orbital inbound.
Pretty good. It might be that they're trying to change it too, so like the terrain influences objective more, but they didn't actually make it so it spawns above the terrain.
Sending in an eagle. Requesting orbital. Reinforcing.
Like, It's doing a fast run instead of a charge or a fly. Okay. Another guy.
Have a taste of democracy!
Well, I have no 500s, by the way.
Get some! Get some! Calling down supplies!
Deploying equipment package.
Okay. There not be another cluster. There we go.
Calling in extraction!
Extraction shuttle.
What,
inbound.
D4 spawned the other guy over there? What? I guess they have to thoroughly analyze the situation and make sure that they're there. I'm pretty sure all 3 of those shells are in that little cavity that they normally spawn in.
Requesting air
Reload.
support. Sending in an eagle.
T-minus 2 minutes 30
Need to
seconds.
shoot over my shoulder. You don't need to do that. You don't need to do that.
Eagle 1 rearming.
Now they're on cooldown too.
Requesting air support.
Pretty sure that's bugged, guys. I don't know why they're...
Orbital inbound.
You used to be able to get really close to the Gatling barrage. You can't really do that now. Look how far it's off. There's no scatter, too. This almost looks random.
Calling down a sentry. Calling in reinforcement.
Oh,
Max empty.
we're taking him back. Oh, no. He's even standing in front of it! What do you mean? That's a great spot for the fucking sentry. It's not a great spot for you, though. No. What the fuck? It hit me with 3 outliers. You kidding me? We got hit by 3 globbers that were off target. Well, alright. Normally it's like 1.
Calling down a sentry.
God forbid they teach the Bile Titan to be a lawn sprinkler, guys.
Orbital inbound. Sending in an eagle.
ETA T-minus 20 seconds.
Calling down supplies.
ETA T-minus 10 seconds. Clear landing zone. This is Pelican 1. I have
Oh,
visual
rip
on the
us.
extraction zone. This is Pelican 1. Preparing for touchdown.
Good.
Calling down a support weapon. Calling in reinforcements. How would you like to taste of freedom?
Oh, yeah? Oh, yeah, M2? Yep.
Point me to the enemy. Two back.
I mean... There we go. Picked up my samples, yeah. Are we actually leaving, or what's going on here?
Front tunnel free. Objective located.
Crap.
Countdown initiated. Stand by for takeoff.
Alright, Orange can figure out what the fuck he's doing right now.
Requesting orbital.
Extraction complete. Pelican 1 beginning ascent.
The barrage is definitely different. Once again, there's a lot of stuff they change, guys, and they don't tell you at all. I don't know when it's changed, though, because I haven't used the barrage in a while. So this could have been a change they implemented this week, or last week, or... It is definitely different. It used to have maybe like 3 outliers, and now there's a significant amount of shots that are outside of the normal circle on it. Let's see... No, they still haven't patched the game in 2 weeks, so... Alright. Definitely different. Wouldn't say super difficult, but different. Somehow I ended up with 600 kills. It did not feel like 600 kills. So that's like 1,200 plus another... That's like 1,800 kill game, guys. Did that feel like an 1,800 kill game? That did not feel like an 1,800 kill game. Like, I guess I was yakking the entire time. Maybe I don't have a... good perspective on what's going on there. I think it was changed when they buffed it. No, we tried it after they buffed it. It wasn't that bad, though. They did it sometime between the buff and now. Could be.
Proud to serve by your side, sir.
I would have noticed that when it happened. Normally the barrage, like, the barrage, they've had a couple different iterations of. The barrage used to be like a really tight circle, so you'd be able to plan around it, and you could put it on like a corner or an edge, like something like right here, and you could fill the area with it, and you could safely sit outside of it. Then Joel started adding outliers to it, so like 3 shots would come outside of the radius and usually hit you, which sometimes killed you. But that is definitely drastically different, where it has like more of a spread to it, intentional spread to it.
The freedom of the galaxy remains in jeopardy.
Well, that was 1,800 kills.
Join the fight.
Go to Piss Planet and see what's going on here. Oh.
Allied destroyer
Convenient.
coordinates received. Initiating FTL jump to the Esker system.
Just that planet with Quasar?
FTL jump successful.
And we got Scatter! You know what really sucks? When you have a 5-minute cooldown, guys, and it hits a hunter instead of the Bile Titan. That really sucks. Gas Strike also kind of sucks once off target. This is probably one of the small stratagems, probably one of the least affected small stratagems by Scatter. Quasar still. Alrighty.
You are the best of the best. Live up to your name.
That was a nursery, wasn't it? We did also milk it for a prolonged period of time at the end there, or we didn't just leave.
Calling down a support weapon.
Guys.
Orbital inbound.
Firing orbital barrage. Clear the area.
Wait, what? No. Nope, nope, nope.
Front tunnel breach. Heavy north. Close. Sending in an eagle. Reinforcing. Heavy. On my position. Sending in an eagle.
Let's see. Where are we at? Let's go west. go this way. Radar. They're just having fun. A lot of fun. They're having great fun over there. Wow. Look at Big Head Chan. Ah, the Joel barrels? I guess they don't respect you anymore.
I got the terminal. Requesting air support.
Oh. Uh-huh.
Requesting sentry. Bug tunnel calling in.
Fun.
Orbital strike.
There's a poo-poo tree in front of us, right there. This looks pissier than normal, so.
Calling in reinforcements.
15 degrees.
I'm on it.
There you go.
Engaging terminal.
Mission map updated.
There's a poo-poo tree right there. Behind the mushroom plateau over there.
Calling in reinforcements.
We're gonna wait it up.
Tagging location. East.
Alright, let's go take care of the nest here on the side now.
Reloading.
Unit hive structure destroyed.
Yeah, a little bit more pissy than normal. Oh!
Requesting orbital.
That is way off target. Oh, we have scatter, don't we? I legit mentioned scatter. Look how fucking fuck. That is, yeah, that could actually kill you. Oh, why the fuck is it making car honking sounds? I swear I just heard a car honking sound.
Requesting orbital strike.
Oh, it tripped. Okay, when that happens.
Calling down fortifications.
Good.
Bug outpost spotted. Prepare to exterminate. Sending in an eagle.
I mean, sure.
Orbital inbound.
That's gonna be off target, so we're gonna go off to the side anyways. Oh, yeah, made me sad too. No. Yeah, we got the drunk gunner up there again, guys.
Out of ammo.
You see?
Fire in the hole.
Man.
Got a sample. Calling in orbital strike.
I mean, I don't know why people aren't responding him. I mean, I'd rather not respond him.
Sending in an eagle. Reinforcing.
There we go.
Tagging map. Northwest. 300 meters. New mag.
Nope. Oh. Let's see. Go north, I guess. Bad Dragon. Good.
Heavy, on my position.
Excuse you.
Objective critical stratagem available. Objective critical stratagem
No.
available.
Eh. The brain's typing in 2 different stratagems right now.
Dropping a pin.
Requesting air support.
300 meters.
Lots of shit there.
Last reload.
Someone's typing angry things in Russian. Good.
Out of ammo.
Calling in reinforcements.
I got the terminal.
I'll just throw that over there.
Requesting orbital.
Calling down a support weapon.
Log tunnel breach. Sending in an eagle.
Democracy's on its way.
You will never destroy our way of life.
Requesting orbital strike. Requesting air support.
No. What? No.
New mag.
Got some desync. Oh, well, shit. Backup option number 2.
Calling down a sentry. Requesting fortification.
Dead. Crowd clear, check. Not something Precision Strike can do at all. Not remotely fucking close.
Sending in an eagle. I need supplies.
Oh, I guess that's one way of getting supplies back. I had that cued to fire in my mind before I ever got knocked, or before the enemy was in front of me.
Heavy, northwest, close. Have a taste of democracy.
Bug report. Ah, good shit.
How'd you like to chase for freedom? Calling in reinforcements.
There you go.
Freedom forever!
Sending in an eagle. Democracy
That on my
has
face?
landed.
That is on my face. Thanks, bro.
Reinforcing!
Mag's empty.
Orbital inbound!
Well, fun. Hey, where's this pod come from? I don't know.
Reporting to the front. Reloading.
Requesting air support!
No.
Get some! Engage your terminal.
Mine. Mine.
Calling in orbital. Orbital inbound.
Oh. Apparently it was counting down and I didn't fucking hear it, guys. Why the fuck is there an airstrike there? Bro, what the fuck? It's like, do I need to add more to the things, the licenses you need in my list? What's going on here?
Sending in an eagle.
No. No.
On my position.
Oh, bud. Hey, there's supplies here.
Reloading. On my position.
Convenient. We all have access to quasars right now. I'm not exactly sure why people are trying to kill medium units with airstrikes and shit.
Throwing grenade.
Marking location. Southeast. Cancel that. Heavy. Southeast. 50 meters.
Mag's empty.
Everyone has a quasar right now, guys. Poo-poo tree? This is a poo-poo tree.
Never mind. South. Heavy.
Got a sample.
I'll take it.
Poo trees have samples at the bottom? Now they do. Shrike nest, I don't think I've seen a shrike nest with any samples at it. They don't have spawn spots or loot. Same thing with gunship fabricators. Never got spawn spots for samples or loot.
Heavy. Southwest. 50 meters.
Requesting orbital.
Headshot?
Heavy.
Crap.
Heavy. On my position.
Guys.
Reinforcing.
Alright, bye. Oh! Let's go right there.
Requesting air support.
Looks good. Okay. Alright,
Bug
well.
outpost spotted.
And I got one of the little bomblets on the side. That was like an outlier. The last one that dropped to on the edge. And got it.
Calling down a support weapon.
Caught it with my teeth. I knew I was getting close to it and I thought it was still safe. Those little outliers basically stop you from edging it super hard.
Rare sample acquired.
No, we don't have movement speed right now.
Heavy. On my position.
Sending in an eagle.
I'm gonna kill M1 because he's right next to me now. M1's totally dead.
Have a taste of democracy.
5.
Requesting sentry.
Nailed him.
Going down.
We definitely have some festive fucking bugs right now, guys. Good. We're losing reinforcements. There's no way. Although our teammates seem to be kind of yahoos, so.
Objective critical stratagem no longer available.
Break this.
Tagging location. South. Heavy. On my position.
Oh, I hit the side armor. Unfortunately, my teammate's in the center. Guys, what if I go right here? Already one of those right there. We're gonna run away from it now because the fucking Gatling barrage gunner's drunk.
Bug tunnel breach. Calling in reinforcements. Fire in the hole.
Request approved. Reinforcements on the way.
We might have to go take care of the Shrike nest, because that's going to build up. Yeah, we're going to have to leave, too. This is getting worse, so... Alright.
Requesting air support.
And my teammate just fucking landed behind me. Somehow they survived.
Sending in an eagle. Follow me.
Take care of this. This is already starting to hurt. Like, Shrikes really aren't a big deal in like, one. But when they build up on top of the other shit that's just around you, it actually gets really difficult. Or gets more difficult. Right here.
Calling in a hell bomb.
Adds the difficulty, and then you start taking tick damage from these guys and they kill you without you even knowing it. No. No. What are you doing here? This is a private meeting.
Terminal.
High-level staff only.
Hell bomb more. Clear the area.
Bend it a little bit. No. 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 Alright. Bye. Dead.
Sending in an eagle.
Oh, but
Mag's empty. I need supplies.
I think they slew the supplies down, guys. Let's go right there.
Requesting orbital.
We have to throw that safe distance.
Requesting air support. Get some. Get some.
A lot of shit going on there.
Throwing supply beacon.
Deploying equipment package.
Yeah.
Calling in reinforcements. My life for Super Earth.
You fucking kidding me?
Taste of freedom.
What the fuck, Joel? Joel! Bug report, Joel.
Requesting advanced weaponry.
Bug report. Bug report. Joel, bug report. Game-breaking bug, Joel. I legit can't get that because it's underground right now. So what I've noticed, they fixed basically dropping into the ground in the center in the cauldron. But you can drop into the ground between the edge of the cauldron, like the center part, and the outside edge. And I'm pretty sure that's just what happened with our supply drop just now, unfortunately. Fucking dead. Tick damage.
Package acquired.
Motherfucker. Yeah, I don't think we can get that. Wait, the drill's in... How'd they fucking do the drill in the first place?
Package acquired.
Objective located.
Dropping package.
Pretty sure the first guy was typing on it.
Package acquired. Dropping package.
Well, this still exists, by the way. Bug report, Joel. Another bug. Game-breaking bug, because basically you can't actually beat this right now. This tends to be relatively rare, and like I say, it's like maybe 1 out of 15 nurseries has this happen where you can't access it, because basically the drill is in the ground right now. Fucking cover's right there, too.
Dropping package. Package acquired.
Objective located.
Dropping package.
Reinforcing.
Package acquired. Request approved. Reinforcements have been launched. Dropping package.
Ready, delivering. How about a nice cup
Really
of
needed
liver
those.
tea? Rare sample acquired. Sample collect.
Apparently he can access some ores cheating on the two. I've never seen anyone able to access the drill in the ground.
Sending in an eagle.
Also dropped 500 kg on my face.
Last reload.
Oh look! We got a resupply.
Calling down supplies.
Let's not throw it in the cauldron. In the center area. Really need stuff. Apparently the game's taking pity on us right now. Not spawning anything.
Supplies. Requesting air support.
Yeah, see, he can't access it, but the host can access it.
Objective located.
I can't do it.
Sending in an eagle. Objective located. Engaging terminal.
Yeah. So he might be cheating, but he isn't rage hacking, so whatever. I've seen people like with inaccessible terminals, and you'll see like a guy like fucking fly in the sky. I've seen one person basically like 10 feet up from him pushing the button, and he's clearly flying. What? Hey, Bush. Ah, good. How's the game going? Pretty good.
Rare sample acquired.
They're ramping up the, hopefully, ramping up the bugs. They definitely have different AI today. Slightly different AI. Depending, like, hunters. Mainly the hunters we've seen so far.
Never mind. Southeast.
They definitely seem...
Sending in an eagle.
for lethal. If I knew there's more, I would have waited. There's a fucking shitload of big heads here.
Orbital inbound.
Throw that right there. That's a lot of big heads. That is a lot of fucking big heads. That is a shitload of meat. My teammate just killed me with his incinerator breaker. You gotta be kidding me. -1 point to the incinerator breaker license for that guy. Bro. The fuck? The fire I saw at the end, but that other guy legit just fucking hit me with an impact nade? What the fuck is that? Oh, bud. You haven't played in a long time? That'll happen. The bugs are really, really, really easy for a while. Like, maybe 2 months, I would say. After Reddit bitched and got everything nerfed and they got the file times and chargers removed, basically, for the most part. Got them really, really toned down. It became extremely easy. Today, they're definitely more festive. As you can see, we're at 0 reinforcements, although this is kind of a Yahoo squad, so I don't know. If we actually lose this, it's going to be hilarious. Yeah. Three stratagems that you should be required to have a license for: the 380, the cluster bomb, and then incinerator breaker. You lose a point if you force someone to use... Jesus Christ. You lose a point if you force someone to use a stim with incinerator breaker, basically by sending them on fire. You guys give like no shits about where they throw their stratagems at all.
Requesting air support.
He just fucking killed himself with an airstrike. What is going on here? What is happening? Don't worry, guys. They're gonna go to Reddit and complain. So just, yep. Oh, bud. All right, let's land away from that. Let's get my shit. We're gonna run. Let's see. Grab shit here.
Requesting orbital.
Very juicy. Very, very juicy orbital. There's a lot of shit here, though. Extremely, extremely juicy orbital. That's like best case scenario for barrage, but part of that was also me shooting units, so.
Freedom forever!
Let's see. I just had the cauldron. My fucking god. Fuck the supply. Aren't gonna go hunting for those for a while. There they are. Alright, let's go to extract.
Orbital inbound.
Fortunately, we gotta throw that far because of the scatter. And maybe the scatter actually helps in the case of barrage. It seems like each shot is relatively good.
Calling in reinforcements.
We could take care of that guy. Like so. That's way, that bounced somehow. Fortunately, my teammates can fuck around with stuff. There we go. Too many chefs in the kitchen going on here, guys. We gotta get away from our teammates. Making everything more difficult. Get the butt plug. Stand back.
Rare sample acquired. Calling down a support weapon.
Yeah. I tend to be allergic to teammates. I am very anti-teammate for the most part. I'll help out my teammates. I'll come together with them.
Ending in an eagle.
But I like lone wolfing.
Say hello to democracy.
Maximum engagement and enjoyment.
Extraction shuttle inbound.
Dead. So that tech still works. You just got to be really, really. Oh. Excuse you. Stop that. My teammates are all over fucking here. That'd be a great place for a cluster bomb, by the way. God damn.
How'd you like the taste of freedom?
Alright. Go over here. Right up there.
Requesting orbital.
Let's run away from that. A lot of good places for cluster bombs right now, but I can't do it because my teammates. No.
Reinforcing. Requesting air support.
Jesus fucking Christ. Damn. There you go. Fortunately, my fucking teammate landed in the middle of fucking everything that's going on here. And we need to be able to crowd clear here, and we can't. No. What the fuck was that? What was that? He just kept attacking me till I was dead. What do you mean? I even dove away. That was like, fuck, 5 hits? 4? What the fuck was that? He just walked up and just kept slicing me till I was dead.
They gave their last breath.
We actually lost a hell dive, guys. Oh, it's been a while since that happened, although we were definitely with Yahoo Squad here. I don't know when the last time was that I've lost a hell dive on bugs. 2 weeks, maybe? Putting it aside, like, throws. Like, we're legitimately, like, we people just gave up or some shit like that. That was, yeah. I'm not exactly sure why that guy just kept attacking me till I was dead. But he did kept attacking me till I was dead.
Got more samples?
It's 500, 11, 1,200, maybe 14, 1,500 bugs. That's pretty good. It's still a nursery, though. Yeah. Definitely a Yahoo squad. Okay. I'm gonna take a piss, guys. I'll be right back in 1 second. Well, that was definitely a something at the end there, guys. Definitely changed bugs. I haven't seen, so the little big heads or the little brown guys are always been, like, they'll usually two-hit you. But I dove away, and he just kept chasing me while I was diving away from him, so. Like, I should have been safe, but at the same time, I wasn't.
The bridge is yours, Helldiver. Take us to the fight.
Alright.
Mission coordinates locked. Hellpods primed. Engaging orbital thrusters.
Breathe. Scatter. You know what sucks, guys?
Synchronized.
An imprecision strike. Oh! We're going to use Barrage again. I want to kind of experiment with the scatter. Not exactly sure if the scatter... So scatter usually influences the drop point, right? So if it drops in one spot, it'll just change where the location is when it drops. But it actually kind of looked with the Barrage like it might have just increased the entire radius of the Barrage. I don't know whether or not that's true or not. We'll figure it out. Which, for the Barrage, it might actually not be a bad thing. Because the Barrage tends to do a decent chunk of damage when it hits stuff, but the radius is really small. Interesting. Also, did we get a drop lock? It could be you just extracted, too. Ever since the hotfix where they said they fixed the drop lock, guys, I've only gotten one. Well, I haven't even gotten drop lock. Usually when this happens, it means basically the mission's over and it's going through the endgame credits right now, but it doesn't, like the extraction screen. But it doesn't tell you. Ah. Very weird.
Go now, and fear the shadow of neither death nor tyranny, for justice is your cause.
What?
Calling down a support weapon!
T-minus 1 minute, 30 seconds.
Just shot through him. Bud. God damn. No. Fucking timing with the melee is... They definitely changed it at some point. It feels much more difficult to hit it.
Requesting air support!
ETA, T-minus 1 minute.
Alright.
Allied destroyer joining squadron, deploying Helldivers.
Let's go get the samples.
Sending in an eagle! Requesting orbital Sending in an eagle!
ETA, T-minus 30 seconds.
Excuse me. A lot going on here.
Requesting orbital!
T-minus 20 seconds.
Requesting air support!
Probably gonna have to stim for Stam here.
ETA, T-minus 10 seconds. Clear landing zone.
Hopefully they don't get on right away.
Orbital strike!
Pelican 1 approaching pickup.
I hear a lot.
This is Pelican 1, preparing for touchdown.
Ah, we're dead. We're dead. We're definitely dead.
Calling in reinforcements!
And they broke my leg. Definitely dead. Hey, bud. Excuse you.
Sending in an eagle!
You guys didn't know this is actually faster than walking. Oh. Just like real war. Oh. And my teammate just hit me with airburst. No.
Orbital inbound!
No! No! After all that, your fucking teammate led the charger into my face. You gotta be fucking kidding me. You gotta be kidding me. After all that, the teammate legit just ran the charger into my face. What the fuck? Oh, come on.
Extraction complete. Pelican 1 beginning ascent.
You have maintained our way of life.
Oh, well. Sure. I fucking jumped around that entire map. Then had a teammate... I thought he was going to come over and stim me, and instead he ran past me and ran the charger right over my face. I was desperately diving to get to that fucking resupply. Oh, Jesus. Well, that was a shit show. That's a good sign. I want my Hell Dives to be shit shows. As it used to be. Back in my day, when I first started playing Helldivers and no one knew what was going on, back in my day, things used to be difficult. We had to jump across the entire map whilst dolphin diving to get to the extraction with broken legs. Both legs are broken. You just stood up and couldn't move. On this, we'll wait and see. This usually happens when the host DC is at the end here. Again. Another minute. This is totally faster just to Alt F4, by the way. Maybe the hose is on a potato? Okay. I can legit restart the game in like less than a minute, so... Well, bugs are spicy tonight, guys. Ish. So, we'll see. Maybe they'll get even stronger. The major order implied, whether or not that's flavor text or not, implied that they're going to get stronger. So maybe it's an ongoing process. Oh my god. Make Diff 9 great again. Ridiculous. Make Diff 9 difficult again? No. Let's go see what's happening on Gooood Joel.
This world needs your righteous extermination, Helldiver.
Yeah. Is there anyone crying in a corner somewhere? You can't see how many lives people have left. I wish you could.
Allied coordinates locked.
You're here.
Initiating FD.
They could if they actually took an entry from the BetterDivers guide, in which you drop into basically missions where there's 0 reinforcements left and people are dead to save the day. Wouldn't that be great? Diff 6 to 8 as a Diff 9 if you RNG into it.
Allied destroyer has joined squadron. Engaging orbital thrusters.
Scatter. So the Quasar. We're going to experiment a little bit more here with
orbit synchronized.
The Barrage Bloom. Out of curiosity. Take muscles for swamp.
Hellpod launch.
Got a doppelganger that tends to happen. Good shit, guys. Let's see. So, Nursery on Gookrox used to be the most difficult missions. We'll see.
Go now and shoot you fall. Remember this. Every day is a good day to die for democracy.
Requesting tac pack. Support weapon inbound.
Nest or a poo-poo tree over here. It looks like a nest. Yes, you can have one of these.
Orbital inbound.
It's too deep. That's what she said.
Orbital inbound support. Love
Not bad for...
Bug outpost
Did
spotted.
they shoot his head?
Prepare to exterminate.
I don't know where I shot him. His head's still there.
On my position.
Not bad for a barrage, by the way.
Requesting air support.
It'd be fucking hilarious. I'm not gonna lie, guys. It would be absolutely hilarious if the barrage becomes a better weapon on scatter.
Prosperity.
Reinforcing. Heavy northeast. Close.
Okay, I think we got some ammo boxes here too.
Requesting air support.
Reloading.
Calling in reinforcement.
Sending
Yep.
in an eagle.
Let's see. Go south. Up the pieces that our teammates drop.
Enemy elite. Southeast. 50 meters.
Requesting air support.
Requesting
Tunnel
orbital.
breach. Sending in an eagle.
Requesting orbital.
Firing orbital barrage. Clear the area.
Heavy east. Close.
Something should have clustered that.
Got a sample. Reloading.
Hey, bud.
Marking location. Southeast. Tagging map. Southeast. 50 meters.
Let's go. See? There's a poo-poo tree in here from the looks of it. Or the little dot.
Dropping a pin. East. Far.
Affirmative.
Typing in the fucking code for the orbital Gatling.
Sending in an eagle.
Here comes the cavalry.
You will never destroy our way of life.
Chop trees. Chopping trees.
Affirmative.
Uh-huh. Okay, we're gonna go south.
New mag.
Bounced.
Thank you.
Rare sample acquired.
Dropping a pin. Southeast. 50
Sample
meters.
collected.
Aggro our teammates on the Seafuer and leave. There we go.
Reloading.
Thief's like candy, guys. You just get them near it and they'll just instantly do it, even though it takes like one person to do it.
Requesting air
Orbital
support.
inbound.
Package. Dropping package. Supplies.
New mag.
Stop!
Package acquired. Dropping package.
Stop it!
Sending in an eagle.
Package acquired. Dropping package.
Uh-oh! I have to self-capture in the middle of combat, guys.
Bug outpost
Sounds accurate.
spotted. Prepare to exterminate. How about a nice cup of liver?
Requesting air support.
Throwing grenade.
Tagging map. Northwest.
Requesting air support.
Package acquired. Dropping package. Heavy. Northeast.
Yeah.
Close.
Gatling barrage actually might be...
Package acquired.
Oh, the CAPTCHA. Okay.
Gotta fix this liberty-forsaken arm.
Might actually be better with scatter. What a crazy thing to say.
Package acquired. Dropping package.
But still cluster bombs are obviously better.
Calling in orbital strike. Heavy. Sending in an eagle.
What a crazy world we live in.
Package acquired. Dropping package.
Or that. Let's go to the nursery now.
Package acquired. Dropping package. Package acquired. Dropping package.
Good.
Rare sample acquired.
Objective critical stratagem available.
Sample collected.
Tagging map.
Requesting orbital.
100 meters.
Objective critical stratagem no longer available.
Like, it looks like it drifts now, as opposed to just starting in a different spot.
Calling down a walker.
Objective critical stratagem available.
Got a sample.
Alright. Go north.
Gotta fix this liberty-forsaken arm.
Fine. Right there.
That's called democracy. Bug tunnel breach. Orbital inbound.
Sending in an eagle.
Sending in an eagle.
What? That was an outlier. We're at 25 meters. Oh, Joel trolled me with an outlier.
Critical stratagem available. Objective critical stratagem no longer available.
Joining the.
I was looking at it. I was like, yep, that's okay. And then, nope. No, that's not okay. Already did it.
Calling in reinforcements.
You're safe at, usually safe at 25 meters, but if you get an outlier, it can land on your face. I think it's up to like 30.
Have been launched.
Like, you can die up to 30 away.
Got a sample.
Probably going to do this, and we're going to go north, because our teammates are now going to do this, so. Yeah. I thought it was alright. Alright. I guess they got a little bit of adjustment to their swoops now. Okay. I walked forward, too.
Objective critical stratagem available. Objective critical stratagem.
There is definitely, oh, we're dead now.
Point me to the enemy.
Yeah. Cool. I couldn't move and landed in the cauldron. What the fuck is that?
Ready to liberate.
Mission at 30 minutes remaining.
That, I believe, was... Airbreaker. Negative 2 points for that as license. Leave and go north.
I've got this one.
Mission map updated.
Tagging map. Northwest. 200 meters. Requesting orbital strike.
Fortunately, I don't want to stick around here for the yahoos to show up, so...
New mag.
Soccer nest. Probably just gonna have to use. We've talked about that before. Like, if you have a jump pack, you probably generally do not want to try and go through the tree line. Not that you can't, but you might just get stuck.
New mag.
You can try and shortcut it. There's a stalker. I want to get away from the guy with the snare breaker.
Rare sample acquired. Bug tunnel breach.
Fortunately, we can't use stratagems because we have teammates around. Oh.
Requesting orbital.
Hey, bud.
Heavy southeast on my position.
Hey, what the fuck is that? Alright. We definitely have an adjustment period here, guys. Like, normally you can tell, like, when they're about to step and, like, take a... You can get out of the way of it, but it looks like that's changed, so... Trying to take my shit, guys. West now, because they're aggroed north.
Tagging map.
North now, because they're aggroed west. And somehow this nest is done without anyone being over here.
Sending in an eagle.
That's fucking weird.
Sending in an eagle.
Looks like someone remotely finished the objective there, so someone on the map is cheating. I'll go west. We're gonna go southwest and just go to extract.
Requesting advanced weaponry. Requesting air support.
Okay. 25 meters again. Normally safe. But if Joel's trolling, not so much.
Rare sample acquired. North. Close.
Oh, let's go west or southwest. There's butt plug.
Sending in an eagle.
Calling in orbital strike. Calling in reinforcements.
We're on the southern edge of the lake.
Tagging location.
Request approved. Reinforcements on the way.
Reinforcing.
Oh.
Request approved. Deploying reinforcements.
Guess there's a nest? Well, they pointed out someone dropped a marker on the nest to the west, too, right away. Actually, two people did, I think.
Requesting air support.
You have accomplished Liberty's will. Extracted your discretion.
Reinforcing!
Empty cache. Is there a poo-poo tree around here? No, it'd show up on the map because we got the radar. Check the caches up here since we're over here anyways, and then we'll go south to the extraction point. Everyone looks like they're hung up on the nest over there for some reason. Nuke.
New mag.
Grave site.
Requesting tag pack.
Tagging map. Southwest. Far.
Let's go to the southern. Bye. Well, there's that. This is something, this is definitely kind of a weird game going on here, guys. I do a lot of dumb shit, though.
Sending in an eagle.
On tunnel breach.
Hey, guys, you want to be friends? Aw, with me? What a bunch of nice guys. Back in my day, when these guys died, they'd kill you by running into you. Back in my day.
Extraction is available.
Geyser. And a huge stutter. Another empty cache. Very weird.
Sending in an eagle.
Rare sample acquired.
Yeah, good you did. Hey, bud.
Calling in extraction. Calling down supply. Requesting advanced weaponry.
Don't make me use a 500 kg, I will. And you hit me without hitting me.
1 minute and 30 seconds.
Orbital inbound.
What's going on there? Okay. So someone killed him from range? Once again, I'm pretty sure there's someone in there cheating. I'm pretty sure someone just killed it, like remotely killed the bile thing just now. That's what it looks like when the pelican lands on him.
1 minute.
So we're just expediting leaving the mission at this point, guys, because it's pretty clearly someone in here cheating. Possibly multiple people cheating, but definitely know someone in here is cheating.
Rare sample acquired.
Well, fun.
ETA T-minus 30 seconds. ETA T-minus 20 seconds.
Requesting air support.
ETA T-minus 10 seconds.
Pelican 1 approaching pickup.
Sending
It's empty.
Pelican 1 landing sequence initiated. Watch where you're standing.
Good.
Objective located.
All right, let's leave.
Preparing to depart. Shuttle launch in 20 seconds.
Very weird mission, guys.
Extraction complete. Pelican 1 beginning ascent.
Get those.
Victory was never in doubt.
Can't even gauge the number of enemies in that mission either. Like, just in terms of, like, pretty sure pretty much everyone, like, instantly killed everything. Well, except for me. And they weren't really running, like, super heavy weapons or anything. I had an LMG is using the entire game. Let's see. Probably the guy that's cheating? Possibly.
Upgrades to the super destroyer. Allied destroyer has left.
The remote closed nest, guys, was a pretty big indicator that someone was cheating in the match. Well, we just went off, did our own thing, and then left. Not sure, though. Very weird mission. Unless you see someone rage hacking, it's tough to gauge who's actually doing what in the mission. Well, that was an empty... Let's see if we can find a full one.
Allied destroyer coordinates received.
One of the reasons we don't host our own games, by the way, guys, if you're curious, one of the reasons I don't host my own games is because we get SEAL Team 6, aka SUS Team 6, in my games, and everything is done in 10 minutes with literally nothing going on. And you can take your pick on what exactly that means. So. Oh, it's a fucking eradicate. Good, good. Well,
Yours, Helldiver.
Coordinates received.
Take us to the fight.
Mission coordinates locked.
emergency evac.
Primed. Engaging orbital thrusters.
And no scatter. Let's take a look at what the...
Orbit synchronized.
Quasar, excuse me, the barrage looks like without scatter now. See if it just wanders or has larger distribution. Oh, I'm dead. I'm dead yet.
Sending down equipment package.
Calling down a support weapon.
Down 6 reinforcements. 3 minutes in the match, which is kind of ridiculous. They're actually, maybe they start at 15. You can't tell. Alright. North.
Dropping a pin. North. 50 meters. Reinforcing.
Poo-poo tree around you somewhere. There is. Never actually really completely understood why you start with like 5 times the number of Helldivers, but then you get a new Helldiver and it doesn't increase the reinforcements you have. I guess that's because you've already completed the mission partially on an easier difficulty, so maybe it makes sense. Tick biome. Go to the nest. These guys are going north. I'm going to go to the west then.
Sending in an eagle.
West then. And this looks like Deathwater. Like, not Deathwater, it's actually a trap right there, so. Totally can run across it and die horribly. If you're curious on who's taking your gear, by the way, you just look to see who has what on their back, and then look at what they actually have available to them.
Requesting orbital. Bug tunnel.
And Biotin.
My life for Super Earth.
Hey, bud.
Sending in an eagle.
We talked about your anger streaks. Christ.
Reinforcing.
We get into open here, so we can actually land some 500 kgs.
Bug outpost spotted.
Is he trying to order me around?
Tagging map. North. 300 meters.
Oh, bro.
Sending in an eagle.
How about a nice cup of liberty?
Since the enemies are really weird right now, we have to watch out for erratic behavior.
Sending in an eagle.
Go. Good.
Calling in a hell bomb.
No! No. Nope. Good hit.
Hell bomb armed. Clear the area.
Yep. Unfortunately, I am now...
Requesting air support.
Might not be close enough to the holes. Well, we'll find out. That was definitely not close enough. Fortunately, I do not have supplies, guys. Pretty sure we can kill this with... Buster's a shit show.
Found something. How'd you like the taste of freedom?
What? What do you mean? What the fuck is going on here?
Injury?
Well...
What injury? Orbital inbound.
Requesting objective equipment.
Yeah. Did it even close the holes?
100 meters.
Crap.
Package acquired.
Have a taste of democracy. Throwing food.
Deploying equipment package.
Objective located. East.
And shitload of ticks now.
Requesting air support. West. 100 meters.
Whenever you see the fog rolling, guys, on the tick biome is when the ticks spawn. Is what's happening right now.
Sample.
No. No.
Reloading. Requesting air support. Bug tunnel breach.
Excuse you. Excuse you.
Fire in the hole!
And it looks like the tick. So the ticks are spawning again? Or they just spawn? FPS jank.
Requesting air support!
Mission is progressing.
Requesting air support!
Shooting through, hit, shooting through, shooting through.
Heavy, northwest, close. Calling in orbital
There you go.
strike. Reloading!
Alright. Goody good. Back to some normalcy.
Heavy, west, 100
I didn't see any
meters.
samples when we went through, but we'll take a peek.
Tagging map, west, far.
We had 3 clusters, but
Southwest, 100 meters.
we're basically gonna have to move now, so
West, 50 meters.
we'll go do the primary objective. They're probably gonna end up hitting the side objectives prior to doing the primary one. Unless they just try to rush down the main objective.
Calling in reinforcements.
One thing I do like, by the way, about having an orbital, regardless of comparing orbitals to eagles, is having orbitals that are on a cooldown, or excuse me, another ability that's on a cooldown off of eagles. So you don't need to worry about weird thresholds for reloading. Catches it from the reload cycle on the eagles. Guys.
Requesting orbital. Found something.
Oh my god, the fuck is that?
Calling in reinforcements. Calling in reinforcements.
Jump scare. Oh my god, 10 cents? Wow, I'm paid for my time, guys. It's great to be a consultant.
New man.
Go northwest, because their teammates are over here. Go to the primary objective.
Tagging location.
Bug tunnel breach.
Drop muscles. Did Dagobah actually ever... No, it had evac missions.
Sending in an eagle.
Evac missions because of the size of the building. And Dagobah limits basically the size of the map. Do the water spots. You don't usually see evacs on Dagobah. Yes. Missed. Oh, we're dead. Priest him. Not dead yet. Ah, Joel barrels. I love Joel barrels, don't you guys? Aren't Joel barrels great?
Dropping a pin. North. 100 meters. Requesting air support. Engaging terminal. I got the terminal.
E3.
Sending in an eagle. Engaging terminal.
Good. Good. Now we get to push buttons. And looks like ticks came in.
Requesting air support.
Coming in hot.
How'd you like the taste of freedom?
They actually ran away. They were running away. Walking away.
Bug outpost. New mag. Prepare to exterminate. Requesting orbital.
Orbital barrage incoming.
Tagging mag. Northwest. 200 meters. New mag.
But
Objective located. North.
squishy fat sacks. Like your mom.
Package acquired.
Are they like are they like spooning with backpacks? What the fuck is going on there? Yeah.
It's the Helldivers.
Fortunately, C4 is over here. Let's go north. This guy can do this.
Dropping item.
Northern nest.
Bug tunnel breach. Package acquired. Bug outpost. Heavy. Reloading.
Calling down fortifications.
Package acquired. Dropping package.
Excuse you.
Throwing grenade.
Reading slowed. Yeah.
Sending in an eagle. Dropping item. Orbital inbound.
That was way off target. He was scatter.
Last reload.
Excuse me.
Support. How about a nice cup of liver tea? Ah! Requesting air support.
No.
Package acquired. Dropping package. Last reload. Dropping package.
Yeah. Doop doop doo. Doop doop
Rare
doop
sample
doop.
acquired.
Doop doop doop
Package
doop.
acquired. Dropping package.
Doop doop. Utter destruction. And done. Fortunately, someone called in.
Sending in an eagle. Dropping package.
Fly somewhere.
I need supplies.
Unfortunately, Dagobah, because of the way Dagobah is, there's legit no POIs on it, so...
Sending in an eagle.
Did we get the radar? We did not get a radar. Fucking stay away from that. Soccer layer does not have stuff in it. Northern Nest might have it. Bro. -1 point to that guy's incendiary breaker license. Legit survived everything going on here, and the fucker just sets me on fire from behind. Let's see. I don't think this one has ammo at it.
Bug outpost spotted. Requesting air support.
Straight down the alleyway? How the fuck did I just get hit? Oh.
Requesting orbital.
You're probably dead here in a second.
Bug tunnel free. Freedom never sleeps.
Oh.
Sweet liberty.
Making a lot of dumb plays. There we go. Respawn instead.
Reinforcing. Reinforcing. Ready to liberate.
And lo and behold, after I use my last 500 kg, in comes the Bileton. Surprise! Who took your head?
Requesting orbital strike. Supplies.
Yeah, no, I chose the resupply supply. Excuse me, the respawn supply.
Rare sample acquired. Reloading. Sample collected.
Yep. Sometimes the better choice, guys, is not trying to scrounge up whatever you can find. Rather, it is just to resupply. Respawn. Yep.
Reloading.
Request approved. Reinforcements on the way.
That's what she said.
Can't liberate with this broken arm.
Oh my god. Good evening, Mari. Yep.
Request approved. Reinforcements have been launched.
Fuck was that? I just exploded. There's natural gas geysers probably, well, they don't naturally go off, so one has to shoot them. I think you can melee them? Mines? No one has mines. Probably natural gas geyser.
Requesting advanced weaponry.
You might be able to pick up, usually this guy has ammo at it. Let's go check to see if we can scrounge up some ammo real quick. The guy probably took it, but maybe not.
You may proceed to extraction when ready.
No. Uh-huh. 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 Lazy Dog, what the fuck are you doing, man? Bruh. How do you die? It's easy as shit. Well, not easy as shit. It's relatively easy to run away and fight. This is the wrong side. We're gonna have to go far if we don't go around. Picking up supplies, guys. And I'm out of water.
Requesting advanced weaponry. Dropping a pin. West. 200 meters. Calling in extraction. Got a sample.
Extraction shuttle inbound.
Calling down supplies.
Did he just happen to know where he's gonna find something really good?
Tagging map, northwest, 100 meters.
The nest over there.
Requesting fortification.
Requesting air support.
Has mines?
Calling in orbital strike.
ETA T-minus 1 minute, 30 seconds.
Orbital inbound.
Reloading.
Chopping trees, guys. Laying the groundwork for a strong empire.
ETA T-minus 1 minute.
Lasted so long. That's what she said.
Sample collecting.
Requesting air support.
Oh, he just happened to find a POI over there. Okay.
Found something. Sending in an eagle.
ETA T-minus 30 seconds.
Tagging location, southwest.
ETA T-minus 20 seconds.
Requesting air support. Sending in an eagle.
ETA T-minus 10 seconds. Clear landing.
I don't know, guys. We had some pretty good ones, and this seems kind of very chill again. So, not exactly sure what's going on here.
Arriving at coordinates.
Maybe Crux is fucked. I don't know. Maybe we'll have to try Piss Planet now.
For democracy.
How'd you like the taste of freedom? Sending in an eagle.
Pelican 1 preparing to depart. Shuttle launch in 20 seconds. Extraction complete. Pelican 1 beginning ascent.
Oh my god! Such small explosions!
Democracy prevails once more.
Oh, good. Well, there's that. There is, like, absolutely no unit spawns on the map. We did have ticks, like the tick waves, but that's not really anything outside the ordinary. In terms of difficulty. It's about the same as the tick biome in general. 2 incendiary breakers, the normal breaker, I believe. Plasma grenade launcher. Like 1,000 kills? Not really anything.
Squadron.
Amazing. Corrosive bugs tend to be harder to. We've had more kills with corrosive bug biome than that. Well, there's that, guys. Let's see.
The freedom of the galaxy remains in jeopardy. Let us join the fight.
Allied destroyer coordinates received.
Let's fuck off to the piss planet.
Ready for another?
Initiating FTL jump to the Esker system.
Queen's piss planet.
Righty.
Jump complete.
Get her!
Mission coordinates locked.
And no one has orbitals. Let's take, once again, barrage for educational purposes. Here's later, OD. Enjoy your day, dude. There's like new, not an algorithm, but there's like a new, oh, we're just gonna die here. Like, a new scripted behavior in the game in which it'll try to like raise you up to the ground that I've seen. And it looks like it was trying to do it to me for a little bit there, and now we're just stuck between them. Yeah. Up, up. Alright. Like I said, you can get stuck between the main cauldron and like the side area. There's like a little lip that you get stuck in. Yeah, there's like, so the main area, you used to be able to drop into that right under the drill. There's like a gap between the, I don't even know what it is, a gap between the normal center area and then side, which is probably some sort of mesh, and you can get stuck in between the edges of it. That's also where the resupplies disappeared to earlier. They fell into that little, it's like a little 2-foot gap between the sides. Ooh. Lucky those guys didn't desync on me.
You will never destroy our way of life. New man.
Calling down a support weapon.
Got a nest right here too. Hey, bud. I'm probably gonna have to. Ow. Yep. Alright, let's take care of this. There a poo-poo tree here too?
Spotted. Prepare to exterminate.
Light nest, I saw that.
Sample collected.
This is a 3-banger.
Mag's empty.
That is a normal charger? No, that's not a pooper tree. Alright.
Sending in an eagle.
There's a poo-poo tree here. Missed it.
Terminate hive structure destroyed.
Enemy patrol. Southwest.
Bug outpost. Orbital.
Let's try doing that and see. Because like that actually could be very potentially very good on, like, let's say a large nest or bug hole.
Rare sample acquired.
Ow.
Got a sample.
Oh. Ow. What the fuck is going on with your drone?
Mission at 30 minutes remaining.
Some people's drones sometimes, guys, like really fucking derp out. And they just like start spinning like linear, like straight across for some strange reason.
Calling down a sentry.
Probably has something to do with their computer, like, exploding and it being unable to aim properly. I assume. You see it? Like, what the fuck is that? And it hurts you, too. It's not like it's just visual. Brightness. Hey, guys. What the fuck's going on here?
Marking location. West.
Requesting air support!
See if we can get them on each other. There we go. That's... Oh, I don't know where that is.
How'd you like the taste of freedom?
Let's do right there. Run along the edge here. Like this. Parallel drop.
Got him.
Hey guys, what if I... Maybe we're just gonna die. We're gonna die. No, I need to get that off sooner. On the upside, it's probably gonna kill everything there. On the downside, it seems like it's like the wiggle room for you being able to run through the middle of enemy swarms is smaller now. I'm not exactly sure like how to word that, but your ability to basically squeeze between mobs without getting hit is decreased as opposed to what it used to be. I didn't want to throw that out too. We could have thrown that out and probably been fine too. Especially if you're running slow. If you're running fast, it seems to be you can still do it.
Structure destroyed.
Alright, gobble up ammo for my greedy grenade launcher. There's the nest. No, there's the nest. Look for the bad dragon. There isn't one. It's probably a crevasse. Probably in here. Right, yeah. There's a radar. There it is. Oh, this is the break nest? Okay. Oh, so the
Reinforcing! Orbital inbound!
the piss planets are probably going to have the acid storm that they talked about.
Requesting sentry! For prosperity!
Calling down a support weapon.
Oh.
Rare sample acquired.
Reloading, guys.
Reloading!
I'm on it.
Last reload!
Yep. The ammo here.
Mission map updated.
Requesting air support.
Nope, but we might have some up here. But yeah, there's underneath the nuclear drills, there's actually
Northwest, 100 meters. Requesting orbital.
You can't see it, but the pit is basically already there for after you blow up the nest, so you can drop into it or get stuck in the edges of it.
Sending in an eagle.
Requesting air support.
All right. Oh my god! All the ammo. This is a new POI. This is 100% a new POI, yeah. Yeah, this is POI.
Requesting orbital.
Actually, no! This is the one with all the ammo in the front. Is there always been a back room on it? Or is this a different version of the same... This might be a different version of the same one. Which is the two buildings in the front, and there's like ammo and a dead body that's sometimes over here. But I don't think I've ever seen the back area. I haven't, like, looked for it, so... Ah, this might be a completely new POI, or it might be a modified version of a current POI. Fuck you guys, that's too close to me. Dead.
Eagle 1 returning to destroyer for resupply. Requesting air support.
Hey, bud. Friends tell you about me? He's the one! The Dovahkiin is here!
Bughole, southeast, close.
Got through him. Oh, lucky for you guys, I have that.
Calling down a sentry. Tunnel breach.
Alright. How are you still alive? Question.
Tunnel breach. Requesting air support.
Stuck on this guy. There you go. Enemy charges everywhere. Ledges. Yeah.
Reinforcing.
Alrighty. Oh, they're just all having fun over here, guys. Look at them.
Requesting air support. Sending in an eagle.
Still have 11 reinforcements, plenty of time. They're just enjoying themselves.
Calling in reinforcements.
Still can't get up over here.
Request approved. Reinforcements have been launched.
Requesting advanced weaponry. Sending in an eagle.
Mission at 20 minutes remaining.
Yes, right there.
Requesting air support.
No. No.
Requesting air support. Sending it. Reinforcing.
Oh, what the fuck is that? He just U-turned. What do you mean? What the fuck? He ran past me, turned around, and ran through me again. What the fuck was that? I really wish I had eyes in the back of my head to see what just happened there. Did you watch The Boys? Yep. The Boys started out pretty good this season, and then they got I think they ran out of content material, and they just started going a little bit too hot on Reagan on the right side. So I just taking like copy pasting stuff from real life, which I can see why people just kind of there's no interpretation there at all. Just went ham on that. But yeah, watched it. It got better towards the end of the season though. Like the last episode was decent. Otherwise, it's basically just copy pasting political issues from real life. Yep.
Requesting sentry.
And now watching The Acolyte. Should finish watching that tonight. Very exciting. Very. I mean, to be fair, the action sequences seem alright, but everything else about it just sucks. Other than that, mainly not the last fight, but rather the first one they had in the forest was pretty good. Other than that, pretty bad. And like some of the main characters are literally just legit just cardboard cutouts. They can barely talk and act.
Sending in an eagle.
What? Oh, no.
Reinforcements.
How'd you like the taste of freedom?
No. No. Gonna kick that goal. Done. Go. Why is he making fucking car sounds? The sound guy went ham with the car sound. 100%. There's like a car horn in there on the charger now. It makes like hooting sounds or something.
Calling in reinforcements.
Down, Joel.
Request approved. Reinforcements have been launched.
They're still over there having fun with the nest? May actually have to go help them at some point here. Oh, good shit. So, like, unlike on Crooks tonight, when we played on Crooks, it really didn't feel like it wasn't really that difficult. This seems more difficult. Maybe it has something to do with people's computers just shitting themselves or something. Not exactly sure.
Calling down a sentry.
You guys go. That's for you. Especially with scatter. Like, I really want to say, guys, the scatter makes it wander. Where before, like, it just moves the point, like, somewhere else, right? And if fires somewhere else, it literally looks like it wanders around, like it went back and forth between that area.
Requesting advanced weapons.
This is another POI.
Rare sample acquired.
This is most definitely another new POI, another small POI. Interesting. Yeah, this is brand new.
Sentry.
Here, guys, that's for you.
Requesting air support.
Here comes the cavalry. Sending in an eagle.
Dead. Was that just a mini nuke there? Oh. As long as we aren't stuck.
Got a sample.
Pardon me, sir. I need that. Thank you. Let's go to the other nest, or excuse me, to the other nursery, and start that over there. And then we'll double back if our teammates are still having issues at the current one over. We aren't even completely out of lives just yet either. Like we're just we're starting to run down on. Oh, not actually do it. I imagine they've been doing it because otherwise, like they wouldn't have died so many times. Maybe it's bugged.
On my way. Engaging. I'll take it.
Allied destroyer leaving squadron.
Kicked. Why was he kicked? What? So how much you guys want to bet M1's cheating? And he kicked those two guys because he didn't want to see them how he's going to access the council. Yeah. Which probably meant it was bugged out, and he kicked the two other guys so they wouldn't see him access the council. That's interesting. Also unfortunate.
Sending in an eagle.
We don't need to use that there, but might as well. Yeah, that's my guess is what happened there. My guess is what happened there is it was bugged out, and he had to access it in a way that he didn't want them to see. Oh, interesting. Radar now?
Allied destroyer joining squadron. Deploying Helldiver.
Sister 2, I think the season of House of Dragon is boring. Yeah. So the first season, I haven't watched yet, and don't spoil anything for me, I will literally ban your face. The last season struck me as one that's supposed to warm up to a more action-packed season, like where stuff starts coming out, but they might just be stuck writing basically cliffhangers and prelude, which is a bad sign. Like, in order for you to actually have something... Season 8 is a good sign of that, right? Where they're just... Where the end of Game of Thrones was really good sign that just, like, they weren't good at writing, like, thought-out plot. They're only good at basically writing twists, and that's not where you want to be, right? Yeah. And I can imagine if they hung on to the same writers or similar writers that it would turn out that way. Which is they're like, hey, guess what's behind door number 2 sort of thing, or maybe door number 1? But then you realize all that they're writing is basically making you guess what's behind the doors, right? It's not actually... Yeah.
Requesting orbital.
Alright, we're running away. We're running away.
Allied destroyer joining squadron. Deploying Helldiver.
Reinforcing.
That was kind of the story of the end of Game of Thrones. But they had a blueprint, right? They had R.R. Martin's work up until that point.
Reloading.
So it didn't really matter that they could only run one thing because they had stuff to actually guide them.
I got the terminal.
Calling down a support weapon.
But yeah, the last season was like kind of build up and setting characters, which I forgave them for because it was the first season. But if it just continues more of the same through this season, it's a pretty good sign that they just aren't capable as writers. So. No. No, he fucking just stepped on it. You can just step on it.
Requesting air support.
Oh, okay. I just got stuck in a corpse.
Calling in reinforcements.
Dead.
Mission at 10 minutes remaining.
Sending in an eagle.
Well,
Joining the fray.
we'll see. It's pretty clear though. Season one of House of the Dragons, it wasn't just Game of Thrones. Like, it wasn't a Game of Thrones in terms of how good the writing was. So my expectations for it aren't super high. A lot of people try to bake it up as that, but it's clearly not that. Oh, okay.
Orbital inbound. Sending in an eagle. Ah! Requesting air support. Requesting advanced weaponry. Heavy, southwest, 50 meters. How about a nice cup of liver tea?
Okay.
Heavy, southwest, 50 meters. Requesting air support.
Stop it. Stop it. We got our stim rolling though. What the fuck? Going through walls, guys.
Sending in an eagle.
The acid spit from Vile Titans can blow up walls now. What? Stim's running. Jesus Christ. Stop it! Stop it with the aim assist! Those are the fucking aim assist attacks that never miss you. What's my shit? There it is. So the Alpha Hunters, like, legit just lead off sometimes with just attacks that don't miss. Like that one right there. You can't fucking dodge them either. There's another one. Very difficult to deal with.
I need supplies.
My comms wheel, that might kill me.
Calling down a sentry. Out of stim. Package acquired.
That's faster than slow walking, guys.
I need supplies.
God damn it, Lazy Dog. I knew it was gonna fucking happen. He was just like fucking spinning around while on. Hey, bud, I don't know what's going on here. Here, let me help you out. I know you want this in your ear. Here, let me give you a wet willy, a laser.
Package acquired. Dropping package.
Jesus Christ.
Last reload. Package acquired. Dropping package.
Yeah, this guy definitely has an aimbot. He's 100% cheating. So called that earlier. You can see it where it's snapping between models.
Sending in an eagle.
Called that earlier when I mentioned that I thought he was cheating.
Reinforcements. Package acquired.
Because he booted the other two guys that were near him, so they couldn't see him actually doing the objective. Guilty by association. Let's see. You stop firing. You've been sussed out. Not that it really matters. We've actually had legit, like, rage cheaters, although cheating's cheating. We've had people rage hacking, so. Someone took my clout, unfortunately. Samples are gone. I was actually pretty close to intercepting that.
Requesting air support.
Oh.
Fire in the hole. Supply.
5 minutes left. We can't stay this low much longer, Helldiver.
Sending in an
This is
eagle.
something.
Democracy's on its way.
Engaging terminal.
Huh?
Get some! Get some!
Sending in an eagle.
Requesting air support!
No. 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 Done.
Tagging map. Southwest. Far.
Someone took all my samples I collected, guys. All my samples. All that work. And some Yahoo just picked them up so he can have 50 samples at the end.
New mag!
Feels bad, man. Oh, to be fair, like if you if you play with crappier Helldivers,
Calling in reinforcements!
you know, obviously you want to pick up everyone's samples, right? However, we've gotten past the point where, you know, people are going to leave them behind too. Hey, that's my clout. That's my clout at the end of the game, guys.
Dropping a pin. Southwest. 300 meters. Rare sample acquired.
How does anyone know I did anything in the match if they can't see it? No. Let's go to extraction.
Sending in an eagle.
Here comes the cavalry.
Requesting air support.
Don't move. No. No. We got some... the hunter logic is definitely different today. There's definitely some nuances between the different units, specifically hunters tonight. Are acting weird.
Requesting advanced weaponry.
In addition to the normal alphas, alphas, normals, and flankers. I haven't seen flankers in a while. Could be because they always die so fast, so you don't even know it. Like, in order for them to actually flank properly, like, instead of, like, being in a line like that, like, the outer edges have to literally just go around immediately on the edges to avoid getting CC'd.
Throwing grenade! Rare sample collected!
ETA T-minus 2 minutes 30 seconds.
Sending in an eagle! How'd you like to taste some freedom? Gun tunnel free! Requesting orbital!
Orbital barrage.
Ah, I love throwing shit on bug holes. Wow! Oh, you can get up on the side there.
ETA T-minus 2 minutes.
Requesting orbital strike!
Sending in an eagle. Democracy's on its way.
Sending in an eagle!
In the eyeball! Ah, get one shot, bitch. And my teammate just TK'd. That wasn't even down the corridor in the center, by the way. That was like legit where it's standing.
Requesting air support.
If you threw it down the center there, it would have been fine.
Requesting orbital!
guess there's a mini nuke over there? Artillery was mini nuke.
ETA T-minus 30 seconds.
Yes. No.
ETA T-minus 20 seconds. ETA T-minus 10 seconds. Clear landing zone.
I see him. Well, fun.
Pelican 1 arriving at coordinates. Pelican 1 landing sequence initiated. Sequence where you're standing. Pelican 1 preparing to depart.
Lovely.
Shuttle launch in 20 seconds.
Off we go.
Extraction complete. Pelican 1 beginning
You guys.
You have maintained our way of life.
Well, you know, stuff and things and stuff. I definitely need to get on earlier, guys. Currently, we got on at 10 tonight, I think? Yeah. Every night I say that. Night will be different, though. Don't you worry. Had a pretty good podcast tonight, though, guys. If you guys are curious about the changes to they're instituting coming up, it's more of a preview. Aha! He's hiding in his cape, guys. Oh! If you're curious about changes coming up, the game, a preview of the preview. Lots of kills. These guys, that guy spent a substantial amount of time. I wouldn't say this is normal for like an additive amount of kills. Those guys spent a substantial amount of time at the beginning of the match over there at that one bug hole, and like they couldn't do it. I don't know exactly what happened there. I'm pretty sure this guy's cheating, and he kicked the two guys because it was bugged out. That wasn't over there. The other two guys that were with him got kicked.
Engaging orbital thrusters.
I'm gonna take a piss real quick, and we'll do another one.
Orbit synchronized.
Right. Let's see. His planet was alright, I'd say. We'll see, though.
Allied destroyer coordinates received. Mission coordinates locked. Hellpods primed. Engaging orbital thrusters.
Blitz, we'll do it. Get her. We're live. I know you thought it would have been hilarious if I died just now. Dude, look at the fucking turn radius. He does 360s now, guys.
Calling down a support weapon.
Look out. These guys let Shrike Nest fester from the looks of it. Great. About to fire. And look, you know what'd be really, really annoying is if they ever add like a fucking bitch slap to the charger where it just like taps you with his leg. There's oftentimes cases where you're like really close to it, but you can just walk around because it needs to do like a long wind-up. Tough shit.
Tagging map, northwest, 200 meters.
You guys have something going on here.
Extraction is available.
Or to... Yes.
5 minutes remaining. I repeat, 5 minutes remaining.
And stim for stim.
Sending in an eagle.
Requesting air support.
How far away that is. Hopefully it's far enough.
Requesting air support. Requesting orbital strike. Calling in a hell bomb.
Requesting orbital.
But hang on, stick right there.
I got. Hell bomb arm. Clear the area.
No.
My life for Super Earth.
Ah. Right.
Calling in extraction.
No! You're like, you are in your most vulnerable, guys, when you're trying to prime a stratagem. Like that little bit there where you're trying to throw a stratagem and you're typing it in and getting into position, you are 100% your most vulnerable because you can't really, like, finger keys while you're doing it. At least I can.
Requesting advanced weaponry.
He's looking at me funny.
ETA T-minus 1 minute, 30 seconds.
Speed run. Oh.
Requesting air support.
There we go. I need stam.
Requesting orbital.
What? Please let me run, game.
Calling in orbital strike.
Oh. No.
Requesting orbital strike. Rare sample acquired.
Oh my god, guys! Differentiation! Now imagine if the jetpack actually was good. You'd actually see people use it all the time. Wouldn't that be great?
ETA T-minus 20 seconds.
Activating jump pack.
Meridia jetpack was much better, even though it caused you to explode like 5% of the time. Actually, I think as on number of uses, eventually became unstable and then blew up. Wait, your nest is gone. Got that out. Excuse me. And Incendiary Breaker just set me on fire. Good.
Countdown initiated. Stand by for takeoff.
That's not where we want to be. Yes. Excuse me.
Extraction complete. Pelican 1 beginning ascent.
Much better. You can actually lose. What's this? You didn't know that, guess. GG. Me, 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 me. Me, 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 me. Me, me, me. Good, good. Saving the day. A crossbow user. Oh my god. That's a rarity. Not much going on. The Piss Planet tonight, guys, pretty good. The Crook's disappointing.
Welcome aboard, Helldiver, and congratulations on completing your training.
Thank you. I mean, sure. Or not.
Allied destroyer coordinates received. Hellpods primed.
I almost want to say, if the barrage actually wanders, it might be good. Well, better than if it doesn't wander. So scatter might actually make the barrage better, guys. Which is a very, very weird thing to say. Get her. Also, still not better than clusters, obviously. Cluster bomb every 22 seconds. Yeah.
The fate of all humanity's children are in your
Hey guys.
Do not let them fall.
Requesting air support. Reinforcing. Requesting advanced weaponry.
Stop that. It's rude to make growling sounds and charging at people. Fortunately, my fucking teammates. God damn it. Fuck off, teammate. Didn't go anywhere else except near mid. Go into the safety of the cauldron. Away from my team. Already down here? Shit.
Reloading! Injury? Run injury! Sample collected.
Sending in an eagle.
Uh-huh. There's a tick of fire damage that just appeared, like, literally right next to my face. This one's Incinerator Breaker.
Sending in an eagle.
Requesting sentry. Orbital inbound.
Go to the pod. It looks like Blue's doing the pod.
Sample acquired.
Got him.
Done and done. Butt plug in the distance.
Rare sample acquired.
We're getting there, guys. It does feel, like I said, the hunters feel more difficult. In general, it feels more difficult. Life expenditure seems better. People are surviving less. But not necessarily in the case of...
Calling in reinforcements.
Do the butt plug. Not necessarily the case with the bots where you just die after getting beamed in the face from across the map, and there's nothing you can do about it. Crash site.
Found something.
Calling in orbital strike.
Bud. Easy. Oh my god, I thought he was dead. Got that.
Requesting orbital strike.
Says a head hit. Maybe not. Mouth? His mouth hit.
Tagging map. Northeast. Far.
Someone was over here already. Why wasn't it on the map? So this is definitely the butt plug. Someone collected it already, but it didn't show up on the map. Okay. Very weird. Oh my god, 10 cents, guys! Part of my consultation fee! Wow, thanks, bro! Excuse me. Just the BetterDivers side hustle that we're doing. So... sometimes the waypoints can get fucked up in terms of how they're identified on the map. And it's entirely possible someone might have been over here. The landing site was missing some samples in the center. But the objective wasn't on the map at all.
Found something. Rare sample acquired.
Northwest?
Bugs. Northeast. Bug hole.
Exactly sure what's going on with T1 over there.
Reinforcing.
Like, you'll actually notice, I'm not sure exactly how buggy the aiming arcs are, but you'll see some people that legit, like, snap back and forth, which is usually a sign that they're using aimbot. But you can't tell. It's even, I'd say it's even less reliable than watching them in first person.
Heavy. Southwest. 50 meters.
Got a strafe and run. Right there. Hey, Eva. Good evening, bro. Happy fucking Tuesdays.
Engaging terminal.
Terminate hive structure.
Orbital inbound. Tunnel breach. Reinforcing.
Where are you going? How are you even doing that?
Requesting orbital.
Not too close. He raised his hands up in the air.
Liberate with this.
Bug out force. Sending in an eagle. Calling in reinforcements.
One moment, please. I'll be right with you.
Approved. Reinforcements on the way.
Right.
I got the terminal.
Mission map updated.
Yep. Go north. I don't care that much about samples.
Sending in an eagle.
And you want me to spawn you over by me? Because I will.
Reinforcing. Calling in reinforcements.
Request approved. Reinforcements on the way.
I will.
Calling down a
So Piss Planet has a lot of sand dunes. I probably should have actually taken mussels as opposed to stem. Guys. Having a party? Hanging out? Yeah? One of these right there. Beautiful.
Calling in orbital strike. Requesting air support.
Into his leg, got a hitch. 2 hits on the leg, got a ball of shots. Still shooting through his leg. There we go. I said with railgun meta, you used to be able to shoot legs all day long, and you didn't have registration problems. Shooting through his leg. I'm pretty sure it's a tick rate related shenanigans.
Rare sample acquired.
Still shooting through his leg. So 2/3 of my shots are going through the legs now on the charges near us. At this point, it is actually much easier just hitting them twice with the Quasar. Okay. That was a huge waste of ammo.
Requesting tac pack.
Shooting wherever lays dog shooting.
Package acquired. Dropping package.
Let's use it up. Bile Titans tend to be relatively rare, so. However, it seems like whenever you use them up, more Bile Titans show up, so. Right there. Do parallel.
Requesting orbital.
No, there's a lot of shit showing up behind.
Package acquired. Dropping package.
There you go.
Requesting air support.
Last reload.
Package acquired. Dropping package.
Oh, yeah? Do you need a bug hole now? No, still no bug hole. At least it's not by me. Good. Thanks, Clueless. Oh my god, there's not many places where you can actually stretch your legs in this game anymore. Besides maybe bots, and bots are just kind of, they just insta-kill you out of nowhere, and you can't really express much skill level against them. And miss his face. You hear the horn? You made a horn oh, we're dead. I just fucking hit myself off of the fucking Beatles into a ground stomp. Bugs, when they're hard, are very fun. However, it is very difficult getting hard bugs. However, hopefully that'll change with the coming mega patch in August, so. Yeah. Remains to be seen. It also seems like they're getting a little bit more difficult today, as opposed to yesterday, but still, like, we're on Crooks and they're relatively easy. So.
Package acquired. Dropping package.
Okay. The hunters today are definitely different in terms of behavior and lethality. Not all of them. Some of them are. Seems like it's kind of off and on. It's not all the time. Adding new charger. Yep, they're adding a new charger. They're adding the aardvark. I'm not going to call anything other than the aardvark, which is the guy with the tentacles. Tweaking bug behavior. A lot of stuff. We have an entire video covering it. If you're curious about it, it's on the tubes. But
Reloading.
Enemy elite, southwest, close.
Package acquired. Dropping package. How'd you like the taste of freedom? Requesting orbital strike. Package dropping package.
excuse me. Pardon me.
Calling in reinforcement. Package acquired. Dropping package.
Change my mind. Let's do that right there. Fight them through the sides of it. There you go.
Package acquired. Reloading.
Requesting orbital strike.
And Joel trolled me right at the end. He couldn't help himself. Ah. Was that the sound of crying wolf? I think it was. Eat it out of another bug hole. These are registering. That's good.
Bug tunnel breach. Got a sample. Dropping a pin. West. Far.
Dead. Alright. Pick up some grenade launcher rounds. Oh. Alright. Okay. Ah. The Impaler, yes. What do I hate the most? Oh, I like difficulty. So I hate having easy bugs. As that's not a political answer at all. Yeah. I actually hate having easy bug modes. As weird as that sounds, I hate having Reddit nerf shit. I am being serious. I like difficulty a lot. If you're talking what I mean, what do I hate the most going against, or what is the most lethal in the game currently?
Requesting air support.
I don't really hate any of the enemies for the most part. Some are a lot easier than other enemies, and hopefully they actually find ways to tweak them and improve them. I'm actually, weirdly enough, I'm more on the side of having lethal enemies, and obviously not to the point where they just insta-kill you, because that's boring, aka bots sometimes. But good enemy that's lethal will actually be a lot of fun if you view this game like kind of Dark Souls-ish, which Reddit absolutely fucking hates. So. If you're talking about the most lethal enemies, obviously stalkers if they catch you with your pants down. Bug-wise, not really much going on there. Bots, if you're talking about, once again, most lethal bots, the Field Devastators, if they train on you, really just depends. Hulks, Speed Hulks especially, although Speed Hulks tend to be relatively rare. Speed Hulks have a modifier that makes them run a lot faster than normal. Oh, I've never really been like, God, I fucking hate that when I've played this game. Maybe that's it's also why I dislike having this game being easy, is because it's never really reached the point where I'm like, God, wow, this is so hard and this is so difficult. Wowie. Besides bullshit deaths, I'm not a fan of bullshit deaths, so whatever creates bullshit deaths, aka just like one shot out of nowhere. Biletine can basically one-tap you, but that's telegraphed and well... Ah! It's the migration of Biletines. It's been rare. It's been a long time since we've seen this, guys. Reddit shut down the Biletines and Chargers. Wow, no, I think they're on...
Requesting orbital.
Heavy southwest. Requesting orbital.
Just stand back.
Reinforcing. Requesting air support.
Requesting air support.
Calling in reinforcement.
That would have been juicy if I landed in a good spot.
Say hello to democracy.
Calling in reinforcements.
But that's fake. That's a fake rock. God damn it, fucking Joel. That was a fake rock. Ha 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 ha. So funny, Joel. Those used to be very easily identifiable, and we made fun of them every single time we saw them. Excuse me? You got me good. Joel's trolling. But since then, since they introduced the basically explodable rocks, they've made them much harder to hit. Down through his leg. Yeah.
Requesting air support.
Orbital inbound.
Bug tunnel breach.
Nope.
Freedom marches onward. Thanks to you. You may proceed.
Can't wait for higher difficulties. Hopefully they add challenge progression to the game. That'll make it even better. We're just like diff 30. If we have fucking diff 30, then Reddit can't complain and get things nerfed. Well, too much.
Dropping a pin. North. 200 meters.
Yep. Alrighty. Teammates having all... Well, I mean, we had a little bit of fun there. Teammates having all the fun over there at the objective. Most of the fun. Can't wait. Yep, we actually have... I have a video up on YouTube. It should be done processing now. We covered the update for the first 2 hours of the stream. Gave my thoughts on it. Talked about the... Ooh, I almost killed myself. When the stim's rolling, guys... What the fuck was that? When the stim's rolling, you have an opportunity to shoot the ground and basically kill stuff around you without basically killing yourself. Too much.
New mag.
Fucking can't wait. I am absolutely fucking sick of easy mode games. Not my cup of tea. Makes fucking casters look good or whatever, but it is absolutely boring as fuck if you actually want a challenging game. We legit had a fucking charger earlier that did like a 360, so...
How'd you like to say?
Oh, no. 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 I refuse to die.
Eat this!
Right along the edge. Ah, it still hit me. I'm out of stims, too. Leave until I get stims.
Request approved. Reinforcements have been launched. ETA T-minus 1 minute, 30 seconds.
Yeah. Good stuff. So, bots, it depends on the difficulty of bugs changes constantly. I don't know if it's through tweaking, inconsistency in code, or whatever. The bots and bugs constantly change. They change them all the time. That bounce. That's the only good spot. Bugs that are easy. Bugs that are easy are boring as fuck. No. No! More aggressive hunters tonight. Alpha hunters.
Requesting air support.
We're gonna die to some of these fucking scripted attacks. There you go. Fucking die. There's one right there. There's another one. Get hit by this guy.
Get some! Get! Reloading! I need stims!
Save me, teammate! Your one job is to feed me stims! I can't move. Don't fucking fire all this and you set me on fire! I swear to fucking God!
I need stims! No driver left behind!
Wow, thank God!
Stand by for takeoff. Extraction complete. Pelican 1 beginning ascent.
Wait, did the teammate just die at the end? It's funny! It's funny, you know how many times I've been in a scenario like this and my teammates trying to save me actually kill me? Yeah. Luckily, we got a stim at the end, but it didn't matter anymore. But anyways, so bugs are usually, especially nowadays, are usually easier. Today was a little bit different, and yesterday was a little bit different. Bugs are almost always easier than bots. However, occasionally you'll run into very challenging bugs. It is very, very rare. Today, once again, is more, they're more challenging than they used to be. And it can be comparable or more difficult maybe than bots, or I don't even know, adjacent to bots, right? Bots will always be harder. Joel literally just cranks up the fucking aim assist on the bots, and they literally just laser your brain off, and there's nothing you can do about it. It's just, you'll just die at long range, and the bots used to be that way, which they just would just insta-kill you out of nowhere. And recently, we've played the bots, and it feels like they kind of went back to that sort of meta, I guess you could say, balancing meta. And they'll just literally just, they'll hit, like, they'll miss 95% of their shots, and then they'll just instantly laser your brain off. And there's almost nothing you can do about it. The 600, 1,000, 1,200 kill biome. Combined kills? GG. Spicy. Those Incinerator Breaker. Look at those meta users. Look at those meta users. They probably think the Incinerator Breaker is so hot. When in fact, oh, because it shoots fire. When in fact, it's not that much better. Look what we have here. Oh, yes. Living on the edge. You fell off a rock and dropped your cluster. Yeah, you don't want to drop a cluster. Bugs. Anyway, so I was saying, easy bugs are boring as fuck, and bots, I guess, would just they're more fun to play against. It is, however, difficult to judge the difficulty of bugs without actually playing basically a map.
The Super Destroyer is ready for your next
and
mission.
41 minutes. What? Look quite right. They're actually in overtime right now. Just going there to extract.
Allied destroyer coordinates.
However, bugs that are challenging are much, much, much more fun than bots are. Much, much more fun. And it's been like kind of like just an ongoing obsession of mine at this point. It's basically just to find bugs that are difficult. Playing the 41-minute mission, that doesn't seem quite right. Yep. For the longest time, so I've been playing this game since launch. For the longest time, I never actually used my stream name, Zelrus, which you probably also played with me on Zelrus as well, to avoid basically shenanigans from people that are cheating, stream sniping, all sorts of weird shit. Finally decided to change my name to Scatter, to my Twitch username, purely for the sake I've been streaming it so long, so whatever at this point. Yeah, I mean, I've played a lot, so I hope so. I hope so. But I've also played on Zelrus, which was who I played on for the majority of my time playing. I think I switched my name maybe a month ago. But difficult bugs, by the way, are just a lot more fun. The bugs themselves have a lot more personality in how they attack you, their behavior, their character, the models themselves. Bots are just bots. They just, you know, it's like fucking playing any other.
Ending in an eagle. You will never destroy.
It's like playing any other, any other horde game when you're playing against bots. You know, just walking you straight lines that shoot you. Unfortunately, more so, you can't even play like the tactical angle, because they seem to oscillate a lot back and forth between just insta-killing you and, you know. I like the meta back when they did like tick damage, with the exception of some enemies, mainly because you can not only survive it, but
Supplies. 50 meters.
we're gonna pick one up. The down one life, 36 minutes. I've been around a while. Just at the bottom of the directory, no one sees you until basically everyone else left the directory, so.
Requesting orbital.
It's not that I gained more viewers, it's rather just everyone left, so. And all the viewers left, too. No, no. Pay attention to the stuff around you, bro.
Reinforcements on the way.
Rare sample acquired.
Go do the radar.
Sending in an eagle.
Good stuff. But anyways, bugs, like, I love... This is one of the things that actually keeps me playing the game. Bots aren't really... Like, they're fun to play against if you like a horde game, right? But just the way they interact with you, just they're not fun. And they could change that if they wanted to, but as it stands right now, it's not really, you know... Bots are literally bots. Which I hope, and we talked about different ways in the BetterDivers guide, all different ways that they can enhance the behavior of the bugs themselves, and come up with kind of new ways and interactions to honestly make things much cooler, especially if they add morale to the game. Oh no! Oh, the BetterDivers guide, guys, basically encompasses everything I've talked about for the last fucking 5 months I've played this game. However, it doesn't have everything in it because I've been streaming for 5 months and I don't remember everything. We had a big, long talk about morale. And enemies can actually have that too. If you are a new streamer, I would not suggest streaming this game. I'm not streaming this game because there's potential to grow as a streamer here. It's actually the opposite.
I'm on it.
Basically, the directory completely dried up. The player base for the game dried up. Streamers dried up for the game. There's not really... when you're streaming games, a lot of it's more based on... There we go. A lot of it's based on whatever works on Twitch, and this is not... There's a handful of people that play this game and watch this game. So, unfortunately. The reason I'm here is because I like the game. If I didn't like the game, I definitely would not be streaming this. Which we've actually talked about switching off to different games at this point. A couple different times, but... Still here on hopes and dreams, guys.
Orbital inbound.
Hey, you guys like that? You like that? Oh, he's getting a little... Gunner up there is getting a little dicey. There we go. In the tree, too. Oh, my. Unfortunately, because we got... ores, it makes it very difficult to find the nests. That's an aggressive hunter right there. Two aggressive hunters. Where do you guys come from? Virtually G3. Oftentimes you get teammates, like one of the reasons we play Lone Wolf all the time is because you get teammates that just decide to like kind of come into a fight and just literally just insert themselves in an area that like I could have thrown a scatter right there, but I'm pretty sure it would have hit them.
Sending in an eagle.
Cluster. A moment. There you go.
Helldivers never die.
Lot of meat.
Requesting orbital.
Yeah. Yep, this is normally towards the end of my stream. We're actually in overtime right now. For shits and giggles. There's a nest right there.
Requesting air support.
Normally I don't stream this late. Normally I start earlier in the evening, usually about 10 p.m. or 9 p.m. CST to about 4 in the morning, 3 in the morning is my normal stream time.
Reloading.
Once again, it would be really nice on maps with spores. What are you doing over here? Not give you enough attention?
Sending in an eagle.
Oh, there you go. I remember having to kite around 3 to 5 Bile Titans at a time. Those were the days, guys. Remember before Reddit got their paws on the difficulty 9? I remember. But anyways, it would be nice. We talked about basically enhanced radar or just a revamped version of the radar, where you could see it. It'd be on every map, and you could see it when you drop in. But you wouldn't see things like an alternate objective, like the pod or the science facility. But the radar would reveal everything, including on spore maps. So it would be a to-do, and also heavier defended.
Mission at 30 minutes remaining.
It'll be something you kind of work on as a team to try and achieve. More like a normal size objective, but more rewarding when you do it.
Calling down a support weapon.
Case of spore map like right now, we can't 100% of this because we can't. I don't know where the nests are. Wandering around randomly.
Permanent hive structure destroyed.
That's it. Good.
Sending in an eagle. Reinforcing.
Gives you. Lots of things they can do, though. Lots of potential, guys, for this game, which we talked about immensely. But every game has potential. PlanetSide 2 had potential. I played a lot of that, too. H1Z1 had potential. Also played a lot of that. Streaming for a long time. Galaxies far and wide. If you guys are curious about the upcoming pre-patch, make sure you check out the video. It's up on the YouTube as well as up on my Twitch page too, so you can find it under highlights as well. Also, by the way, don't respond to someone instantaneously. Even if you have a macro, I know you're itching to use that new macro, right? Wait a second after someone dies to see whether or not a teammate near them will respawn them so they don't have to run across the map.
Sending in an eagle.
Hey, oh, there.
Requesting orbital. Reloading.
Bruh. Are you over here? Go away. I didn't mean to do that. Be all that great. Down this way.
Rare sample acquired. Sample collected.
In terms of difficulty, by the way, this can still be a lot more difficult. I literally don't even need to go to objectives to help my teammates finish them. So,
Requesting air support.
even though I do, if they start falling behind, but we legit have 26 minutes. We're on the last objective, 13 reinforcements. We're more than all right. New nuke. Bud, what do you got over there? Can I have a look?
Throwing grenade.
Heavy. Southwest. Close.
Requesting air support.
Grave site.
Got a sample.
And the shovel to get stuck on. Also, with the nurseries, it seems as though like you have too many people there. It's very easy to start stepping on each other's toes because of the size of the circle and the radius of stratagems when you throw them down.
Objective critical stratagem available.
Sample collected.
Objective critical stratagem no longer available. Request approved. Deploying reinforcements.
Ready to liberate.
Yep. Hey guys, there's two of them. Wow.
Requesting air support. Tunnel breach.
Oh, got it. You also got that.
Requesting air support.
Oh, these guys are too aggressive. Ah, it's a really aggressive hunters right there. Bitch, I saw you. I saw you.
Sending in an eagle.
Spicy. We actually survived that. Ran through the straight through the center, guys. Put down a 500 kg in exactly the optimal spot, and made it out of there.
Mag's empty.
Heavy. Left. On my position.
Requesting air support. Reinforcing.
Yeah.
Sending in an eagle. Requesting air support.
Oh, the clout.
Reinforcement.
So once again, that guy probably didn't see it. By the way, there's actually people that don't know that you can actually blow up the drill with stratagems on the nurseries. They have a save point at 50%. Well, you can legit blow them up with Everyone's dead.
Freedom marches onward, thanks to you. You may proceed.
Calling in reinforcements!
Good. I don't know if there's samples there. No, there weren't samples there.
Heavy. Southwest. Close.
Good. Okay, let's go south. We still haven't found the butt plug, guys.
300 meters.
Calling down a support weapon. Sending in an eagle.
Free? Hey, guys.
Orbital inbound. New mag.
No. No.
Reinforcing.
Aruga wooga. Totally someone's car horn.
Orbital inbound.
Oh, I'd rather not go in the ravine right there, thank you. Okay. Hey guys, let's do right about there. We're gonna run this way.
For prosperity.
Very juicy.
Another one bites the dust.
Yeah. A lot of stuff going on here, guys.
Requesting air support.
Oh, here. Excuse me.
How'd you like the taste of freedom?
Holy shit, is that a bug hole? Did we finally reach the threshold for a bug hole?
Requesting orbital.
That's rare. Fortunately, my teammates are right there, so now we gotta go this way. Another very juicy one.
Extraction is available.
Reinforcing.
Heavy. Southeast. 50 meters. Requesting air support.
Bro, that's 110s.
Mag's empty.
I'm running out of options. We still got some options here. Definitely close to zero, though.
Requesting air support.
Did we check these on the way down? I think we did. Why does that look like it's leaking spores? You see that? Why are the pillars leaking spores, guys? Why is that gigantic spore tree looking thing leaking spores, but it clearly looks like a rock?
Supplies. South.
At its unsafe distance. Notice that? Right there and right there. You can see it shooting down spores.
Requesting advanced weapon.
Isn't that interesting? I mean, if it kind of looks like a giant mushroom, a little bit. Not exactly sure what's going on there. We got some ammo left over, thank God. And a mini nuke.
Sending in an eagle. Sending in an eagle. I've got equipment. Southeast.
Throwing grenade.
Calling down a wall.
And Joel barrel. Right. No one started the extraction? What? Alright.
Calling in extraction.
How'd you like the taste of freedom?
Extraction request confirmed. Shuttle inbound.
Requesting air support.
Democracy's on its way.
And flanking.
Freedom forever.
Pretty good, yeah.
Orbital inbound.
Orbital barrage incoming. Stand clear.
Bud.
T-minus 1 minute.
Ending in an eagle.
There goes the sound effects.
Get some. Get
Very
some.
juicy cluster. Again.
Requesting air support. Requesting air support.
Requesting air support.
Yeah.
T-minus 1 minute.
Sending in an eagle.
Good. Once again, they need to attack from multiple angles, guys. If they actually want to do damage against you, they can't just attack you from one side. It's very easy to they used to attack you from multiple sides way back in the day. Like multiple patrols came in on the end objective. They just sit there in a bug hole. You can just shoot them down. First match I held over 3 in 3 weeks, but on my first job, I landed on a pod through a teammate's mech by accident. Oh. Did you say sorry? You can't actually, like, when you first spawn in, if you do a quick join, like, you can't actually pick where you land, right?
This is Pelican 1. I have visual on the extraction zone.
Tagging location. Southwest. Never mind. Objective located. Marking location. Cancel that. Objective located.
Requesting air support.
Can't mark the extraction. There we go. It's all fun and games till you die at extract by trying to show off. Live and learn. Games change a lot, guys. If you last month, obviously, they took off for their Swedish vacation, or their Swedish summer sort of thing, which is basically when they all use their paid time off. But August sounds like it should be spicy. It looks like the bugs are also kind of spicy tonight, too. We've had better, but, you know, beggars can't be choosers because everything's been basically shit since Meridia, so. Especially after Reddit got their grubby little cause of things. No, the game's too difficult. Get rid of Chargers and Biotines. It's so hard. Please. You can totally make up for it. You know, like the sheer number of hunters you'd actually need to have in order to make up for Biotines and Chargers. Like the ridiculous number, like 3 times like the number of a normal patrol. Especially like when they do all the beetles, like you just get a shitload of beetles. Like you literally have to be like the Mummy, you know, where it's just like the sand's moving with scarabs sort of thing. And it's not. Good. Well, interesting. We had some good games tonight, guys, and some mediocre games. Mainly, most of their games have been good on the Piss Planet. Crooks were on briefly, and that was pretty easy. So, we had a lot of kills. We had a lot of, I'd say, aggressive hunters in here. How many deaths do we have? 12, 14 deaths in here. So, even death-wise, a decent chunk of deaths.
Allied destroyer has left squadron.
Obviously, on overtime, we still full cleared the map. And 1,200 combined kills, which actually is, okay. Well, I really hope things get harder, because it's like, I'm like trying to split hairs. Like, sometimes I think things are hard, and sometimes they aren't, and just trying to pick out what actually is difficult and when it's not is like, mind-numbing at times, which probably means I should just go play bots. I should legit just go play bots. But, you know. Alright guys, we've been in overtime here tonight, especially for the last half of the stream here, or the last 2 hours of stream. Normally I'm done streaming probably about an hour and a half ago. However, I've been enjoying it, so I've been streaming it. And I'm going to call things here for this evening, guys. I can't stream too long, otherwise my stream schedule, or my sleep schedule, gets fucked up. If you guys are curious about my thoughts on the new, the preview for the new patch coming out, it's at the beginning of the stream. Otherwise, check out the YouTubes. It's up, the new video's up on the YouTubes as well, if you're curious about that. Obviously, we don't have patch notes yet, so it's just going off whatever they talked about and what we saw in the video. All good stuff, though. I also loosely talked about the BetterDivers guide and the, well, not loosely. We talked about the BetterDivers guide and the weird correlations between things that they're adding to the game currently in the BetterDivers guide, which is, you know, interesting at the very least. But I'm gonna toot my own horn. I'm gonna toot my own goddamn horn, Joel. I swear to God. But otherwise, I can't wait. Well, I can wait, but really looking forward to new difficulty in the game, especially harder difficulty. Won't be stuck on easy mode for so long. So. Should be good. New enemies, new difficulties, all the good things. So, yeah. But alrighty, guys, we're going to call things here for this evening. If you are new to the stream, you enjoyed the bullshit, you enjoyed the fun, you enjoyed to watch me run around and or die horribly, make sure the follow button on your select platform. I stream to Kick, Facebook, YouTube, Twitch, Trovo, as well as TikTok every day from late night to early morning, GMT-6. So late night North America time. I usually stream for about 5 to 6 hours, give or take. Depends on my life, what's happening, etc., etc., guys. I'm out of here for this evening. Tonight will be more of the Helldivers 2. Anyways, guys, thanks for watching my stream as always, and I hope you guys have a wonderfully fantastic Wednesday morning and Tuesday evening. Have a good day, guys.